Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And welcome to Eisenhower National Historic Site. My name is Matt Borders. I'm an interpretive ranger, and it is my absolute pleasure to have you all here today for the World War II weekend, which is commemorating 1944. Now, we have some tremendous programming scheduled throughout the weekend, including 4 presentations here at the speaker's tent today. We also have tours of the Eisenhower home, and we have ranger-guided walks of the site as well. At 5 p.m. we are having a walking tour of the World War II burials in Gettysburg National Cemetery as well, and we encourage you to visit the Gettysburg National Military Park Museum and Visitors Center this afternoon at 3 p.m. for a book signing by our first speaker today, Dr. John McManus, Dr. Sarah Parry Myers, and Kevin Hymel. He will be speaking here in a little bit. Now, to jump into our first presentation today, Dr. McManus will be speaking on his work, September Hope, the American Side of a Bridge Too Far. While the destruction of the British 1st Airborne Division at Arnhem during Operation Market Garden is well known and a sad tale, in part because of the famous book and movie A Bridge Too Far, lesser known to the experience is the experiences of the 2 United States Airborne Divisions, the 82nd and the 101st, both of which jumped into Holland in September of 1944. On this 80th anniversary of Operation Market Garden, Dr. John McManus tells us the story of these American divisions, from their misbegotten conception of Market Garden to the valorous last-ditch attempts to snatch victory from the very jaws of a tragic defeat. Dr. McManus is the Curator's Distinguished Professor of U.S. Military History at Missouri University of Science and Technology. He is one of the nation's leading military historians and has authored 15 different books. His works have received numerous awards, including the Army Historical Foundation's Distinguished Writing Award and the Gilder Lehrman Institute's Prize for Military History. Dr. McManus does frequent speaking engagements ranging from, and this is quite the list, CNN, Fox News, C-SPAN, the Military Channel, the Discovery Channel, the National Geographic Channel, Netflix, the Smithsonian Network, the History Channel, and PBS, among others. In addition, he is the host of 2 podcasts, Someone Talked, in tandem with the National D-Day Memorial, and We Have Ways of Making You Talk in the USA, alongside Al Murray and James Holland. So please give us a warm welcome for Dr. John McManus.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time and trouble to be here today. And I'd like to thank Dan Vermiglia, too, who an old friend of mine, and I know did a lot of the organization for this. And World War II weekend is absolutely incredible. I see all the reenactors out there, and it's just, I love it. I love the immersion. And I love to try and bring history to life. So that's what I'm going to try to do for you this morning, is maybe bring the American airborne experience in the Netherlands to life for you and give you a little perspective on the on Market Garden. And of course, we are right here in the shadow of the great Dwight Eisenhower's retirement home. I want to give you a fair warning, I'm going to be a little critical of him today, but I do come in peace, so from a point of love for Eisenhower, but this was not his finest hour in my view. But yeah, September Hope is the name of the book. Let's see, I always mess the technology up. That's the beauty of coming from a technological university. I always find a way to screw it up. But so you're looking here at the situation in the European theater post-Normandy. Okay, so late summer 1944, and then we can kind of see where Market Garden comes from. How it's conceived, why Eisenhower gives the go-ahead for it, what is the whole backstory. So your situation at that point is that Germany is absolutely reeling, both east and west. Now, we don't see it on our map, of course, but the Soviet armies have inflicted hammer blows on the German armed forces that summer 1944. We don't tend to remember this very well in the West, but in the wake of D-Day, about 2 weeks later, the Soviets launched Operation Bagration, which was a major operation on the Eastern Front that destroyed hundreds of thousands of German soldiers and German armies in the East, and it led the Soviets to get into Poland, and so the Germans are absorbing that. And then, of course, in the West, they have their back broken at Normandy. They lose the better part of 2 armies in Normandy. And then on the heels of that, you've had a very successful invasion of South France, which we tend to forget that too, Operation Anvil Dragoon, which was really quite important in destroying the German position in France. So the Germans were basically on the Western Front in headlong retreat back home. And they were in a state of chaos. They were in a state of disrepair. They were having manpower problems. Obviously, their communications network is destroyed. Their diplomatic position is more or less, eroded to the point of being destroyed in Europe. Germany seems, in short, on the brink of total collapse. We in the Allied world have liberated the better part of most of France. Allied armies have plunged into Belgium. They're on the gates of Holland. In the Italian theater, of course, the Allies had liberated Rome in June, and of course, it only advanced farther north. There was just no good news for Germany at this point in the war. And on top of it, from Hitler's point of view, there had been an attempt on his life. And of course, on July 20th, 1944, during the Battle of Normandy, some of his generals tried to kill him, and he was just simply lucky in order to have survived. So it really appears as if Germany is on the verge of collapse. And that's the good news. The bad news is, in some ways, we are victims of our own prosperity, because the farther east those armies advance, the tougher it is to supply them. The road and rail network in Northern Europe, in France, and the portions of Belgium in which we're operating are more or less destroyed, and by design, because this is a pre-invasion thing, the Allies had launched what was called the Transportation Plan to basically destroy a lot of the French road, rail, and bridge network so that German armies could not get to the beachhead in Normandy, so that you could isolate the battlefield and thus get ashore. So now we're experiencing the flip side of that coin, in which you have a kind of transportation net that is traumatized. In addition, of course, you don't control enough deep water harbors. Hitler, of course, is famous in this war for his no-retreat orders, and often they're quite nonsensical in the open space of the Eastern Front, say. But they do make sense in the context of the English Channel ports, because the Allies need those ports in order to sustain their armies on the continent, so it makes sense to deny them the control of those ports as long as you can. So those garrisons are hanging on there. And then once they are overwhelmed, they destroy a lot of the harbor facilities, most famously, obviously, at Cherbourg. Okay, so logistically, we don't control that many harbors. The mulberry harbors are artificial harbors that we have designed, to try and pick up some of that slack. Have not had the kind of effect we want, mainly because of a terrible storm that had come in June 18th to 20th in Normandy that destroys the American mulberry harbor on Omaha Beach, and really damages the British one. So really, in terms of getting our supplies ashore, it's mainly LSTs and other ships coming up to the beaches, unloading, and then we're putting stuff on trucks and moving as much freight east as we possibly can. The famous Red Ball Express, a lot of African-American drivers, round the clock, incredible dedication to this mission. In addition, you've got transport aircraft being used for this purpose too, to some extent, to fly gasoline forward, to fly ammo forward and whatnot. And really, that's just a hand-to-mouth operation. So every yard you advance east only makes your logistical situation that much more difficult, thus limiting your options. So the Allied armies are beginning to slow down as we get into September 1944. Britain, by this point, is very war-weary. Britain has endured 5 terrible years of war. It's obviously seen its cities bombed, many of its civilians killed. It's at the end of its manpower and financial tether. The United States has really become the dominant partner in the Allied coalition by this point, setting the tone for the future. The campaign that's going on right now in Western Europe is primarily American, about 2/3 American in terms of the manpower and almost all the financial power and a lot of the materiel power. So Britain is really in a bad state in a way. The other thing that has happened too that I think we tend to overlook is that the V2s have come into play. Those are the new weapons, the rockets that the Germans are going to hurl everywhere and anywhere as just indiscriminate weapons of destruction, including against Britain itself. So that comes into play in September 1944 at a time when the British public have just gotten past the Blitz. They've just gotten past the V1 assault that had gone on earlier in the summer. and now this. So you can imagine what that would be like for you as a British citizen, and how that affects British commanders. So in all of this, as we've seen the armies advance east, the airborne units that had fought in Normandy have been redeployed back to England to be refitted. And they've been on the sidelines then for a number of weeks, and these are some of Eisenhower's best troops, that are sort of, on the bench, and there's a lot of frustration with that in airborne circles and higher command circles. So at this point, he's really kind of mulling over what's the last stage of our move into Germany going to consist of? How are we going to do this? And there's basically two choices, perhaps to oversimplify it, but to boil down. You can try a single thrust or single front approach in which you put all of whatever logistical heft you've got into one push into Germany, whether that's going to be, famously under Bernard Montgomery, who had become a field marshal as of September 1st, his 21st Army Group in the northern part of our map there that's moving into Belgium, whether it's going to be General Patton's 3rd Army farther to the south, whether it's the 6th Army Group even farther to the south, whatever. Are you going to go in the single thrust in an attempt to try and score that knockout blow to bring Germany to its knees right there? Or are you going to have a more deliberate, broad shoulder, broad front kind of advance to overwhelm Germany, which will be, as I said, a bit more deliberate, take a little bit more time, but will really maximize your advantages that you've got over these guys of manpower, material power, financial power, all those kinds of things. And Eisenhower's really much more disposed toward the broad front approach. Makes total sense. And that's certainly an American strategic attrition kind of approach to warfare. Eisenhower is very much an inheritor of the Grant-Lincoln form of warfare that had overwhelmed the Confederacy with this kind of attrition, especially in 1864. Eisenhower really is seeking to emulate Grant on many levels. The parallels between them are almost eerie in some ways, but so he is predisposed to be thinking of that. That's an American point of view. Okay, so that's where he is in terms of when we get to September 1944, but physically he's very remote from the battlefield. Now you're looking there in this map, very busy map, but it does give you a good overview of where the armies are, how they're advancing, and all that. So he is actually in western Normandy at that point in time, at a place called Granville. So his headquarters is quite hundreds of miles from the front line, and that's a point of great frustration to Montgomery. The communications are spotty. I mean, this is almost like 19th century kind of stuff in terms of being out of touch with his commanders far, far, far to the east. He's got a physical issue at this point. He has wrenched his knee. Some of you may know he was a really good football player at West Point until he hurt his knee. And so he'd had a good knee the rest of his life. Now this one got hurt in an airplane accident, not a crash or anything like that, but he and his pilot were trying to move a small aircraft that he had traveled in, move it off a beach before the tides came in, and he wrenched his knee, and so his mobility, his personal mobility was a bit limited too. So frustration has built up among some of Eisenhower's subordinate commanders about his remoteness from the battlefield, and about what we're going to do next, and many of them are jockeying for priority for a perhaps single thrust into Germany, and of course none more so than the famous Montgomery. So they finally meet on September 10th, 1944, aboard Eisenhower's plane. Eisenhower had trouble getting on and off the plane, so they meet aboard the plane and the tarmac of the Brussels airport to discuss the situation. And Montgomery being Montgomery, of course, I'm sure he's not terribly popular in this tent because he really isn't in America, right? I mean, and of course, from the movie Patton, he's made the villain and the foil and all that, and that's all fun stuff. But let's think about things from Montgomery's point of view a little bit, too. He is a very, very experienced combat officer from World War I. He's lucky to have survived. He's led troops in this war for a long period of time. He's seen a lot of war. He knows what he's doing on many levels, and he's a very humane person. But he also represents Britain in the sense of, my power is ebbing here. And I've got enough left for one more punch, and I need Britain to be sort of front and center in this last stage of the war, is kind of how he's seeing it. He is, of course, famously parsimonious with his manpower because he doesn't have much. But the thing about Montgomery is he's his own worst enemy. He just can't help himself from saying incredibly obnoxious things, from being self-centered, from being, self-serving. All those things we associate with him are absolutely true. So when he meets with Eisenhower on September 10th, he's his own worst self, hectoring Eisenhower for the lack of communications. He's showing him the messages and talking about, this is just sheer rubbish. He's like, it's like a school teacher, browbeating a kid or something. And Eisenhower has to lean forward and famously touch him on the knee and say, steady, Monty, you can't talk to me like that. I'm your boss, And to Montgomery's credit, he's like, I'm sorry, Ike. So then he's like, okay, we've made peace a little bit here, but I've got a new concept for you. And we all, of course, know Montgomery is being cautious, don't we? But he's got a bold plan. And the bold plan is, of course, what becomes known as Operation Market Garden, to drop airborne divisions behind the German lines in the Netherlands to capture key bridges over Europe's major river systems there in Northern Europe, and then link up with armor, and the armor will get across the Rhine, and this is your single thrust. Okay, so what happens next is always a little bit opaque. I guess we're just going to go to Berlin and live happily ever after somehow and be home by Christmas or whatever. It's a bit fairy tale-ish in my opinion, but it's also pretty intriguing to use the airborne that's been backbenched to put them front and center now and to link up with some of your best armored forces in British 30 Corps. Get across the Rhine River, outflank the western defenses that Germany has on its frontier, known as the Siegfried Line, and maybe, Hitler's Reich maybe is ready to collapse. So Eisenhower is intrigued with this, and he decides to give the go-ahead for Operation Market Garden, seeing it as, you know what, I'm going to grab a bridgehead and just develop it. I'm going to get across the Rhine. There's no downside to that. Let's see what happens with this, and yes, we've got to get the airborne back into the game. The great Charles MacDonald, who was a participant in World War II and later an incredible historian of it, he talked about the airborne divisions, and he was talking about Eisenhower's headquarters, Schaeff, and he said the airborne divisions are like coins burning a hole in Schaiff's pocket. And it's like this wealth you're not using, and there was some level of truth to that. So Monty's plan is really intriguing to Eisenhower. Why does he give the go-ahead? Again, because he sees it as a bridgehead. He doesn't understand at the moment he makes that decision, you are letting go of the broad front. You are investing in a single thrust, a kind of a gamble, what I call a military Hail Mary pass to try and end the war somehow. All predicated on the notion that the Germans are near the end. And that's why I call the book September Hope. It's based on hope and not reality, unfortunately. But you've got to remember, too, this generation of senior officers had experienced the fall in 1918, when the Kaiser's Germany had collapsed, really shockingly, suddenly, ending World War I in November 1918. So Germany seems to be in the same place again in 1944, and so it seems to make sense in the minds of Montgomery, Eisenhower, and others that if we just hit them with one stunning knockout blow, they're going down. Okay, but there's no good intel to support that beyond just hope that this could be true. Okay, so how does it all work? Here are the guys who are going to do it. I love this picture because it shows you the sort of identity, face, and spirit of the American Airborne at that point in time. This is just one stick from the 82nd Airborne, I think the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment, and a stick is basically a plane load of paratroopers, if you've never heard that term. It's 14 to 18 troopers, and you can see them here lining up, getting ready to go on Operation Market Garden. Basically, Market is the part of the operation in which the airborne troops will be dropped behind German lines. Garden is the armored part in which they're going to punch through the German lines and link up with these guys. So you'll notice they've got their chutes, including their reserve chutes, right in front. A very American thing. We're going to protect your life as much as possible. You got a regular chute and a reserve chute, so hopefully out of between the two, one of them will deploy, right? We don't want to plunge to our deaths. Yeah, I mean, there they are. You could see these guys, what they're like. These are really outstanding soldiers. They're all volunteers. They've endured really intense training in order to be a paratrooper. That obviously is their thing. So, as I mentioned, there's going to be 3 Allied divisions that are going to drop behind the German lines. The key objective, of course, is the British 1st Airborne Division that will be dropped in the Arnhem area, which is closest to the Rhine, and they are to take that so-called bridge too far, as we call it, the bridge over the Rhine, which you have to have for this operation to make any sense. And by the way, where did that term come from, bridge too far? Obviously, Cornelius Ryan's great book and the movie that follows, but supposedly Frederick Browning, who is going to be the overall commander for this, had said, you know, I think we just went a bridge too far. Now, there's no evidence that he actually said this, but it's a really neat phrase. But let me just diverge for a second. If he did say it, I'm sorry, it's really nonsensical. Because if this is a bridge too far, then why are we doing this? You know, I mean, then it makes no sense on any level, does it? So I tend to think that Browning probably didn't say that, but it also really does capture the essence of what this was, doesn't it? And we even use that term now in a lot of other contexts, don't we, to describe something that's too ambitious, something that's just biting off more than you can chew, or, you know, whatever, or something that's beyond the pale in terms of what someone says, or, you know. So it all comes from this really quite traumatic experience. So British 1st Airborne has the key objective. And then, of course, the two U.S. divisions, 82nd Airborne Division will be in the middle, and then the 101st Airborne Division will be closest to the Allied front line. So let's take a look at that. You're looking here at the aerial corridors too. Again, love it's a busy map, but when you really drink it in, you can just see where it all fits together. So there's the front line, right basically on the Belgian border. 30 Corps is going to go up this way. Notice how their flanks are covered on either side by British 12th Corps and 8th Corps. Now, certainly those are fine units, but they're really under strength, reflecting the British manpower situation and all the hard fighting you've had to do to get to this point. Okay, so 82nd Airborne Division, of course, going to land near Nijmegen, and then the 101st closer to Eindhoven. Now you see where they're coming from too here in southeastern England, those aerial corridors they're going to fly. I think what's remarkable about Market Garden, even though in my opinion it's a really misbegotten concept, a really bad concept, you know, on many levels that they shouldn't have done, but once they do decide, it's a remarkable achievement of planning. He decides on September 10th, and in 1 week we put together the biggest airborne operation in human history to that point in time. It'll be exceeded by Operation Varsity later in the war. But, you know, this is pretty enormous here. Now, one of the reasons they're able to do this is they've cycled through about 18 different potential airborne drops in the late summer of 1944, all of which had been canceled because the armies had basically overrun the drop zones, and it became, you know, just not necessary. So you're using some of that, the plans you've already got in place. But the tough coordination is how to fit together the airborne units and their organizational structure with the troop carrier groups and their organizational structure. So how the planes are formed together, who's commanding them, how that fits with an airborne infantry unit or an airborne artillery unit, and who's in command, and how you break it up among the various planes. There's a lot of tough coordination that happens in that 1 week. And I really think it's a remarkable achievement to even be able to pull this off, much less coordinating with the ground troops from 30 Corps, 8th Corps, 12th Corps, and working this all out in the space of 1 week is just absolutely amazing. Something the Allies couldn't have done earlier in the war. So it shows a level of maturity and professionalism that's to some extent off the charts. And of course, much depends obviously on the aviators, right? So the troop carrier folks, they may not be glamorous, but they're the people who are taking you to fight here. And they are doing the heavy lifting, literally. So they are going to call the shots in terms of how this thing works. The airborne folks would like to have them fly 2 missions in 1 day so we can get as much combat power on the ground as possible, as quickly as possible. So why is this not possible? The 9th Troop Carrier Command under Major General Paul Williams, basically they say no. No can do. Our crews are not trained up for this. Many of them are inexperienced. Many of them are exhausted after flying these shuttle resupply flights, you know, and so no. If we try 2 missions in 1 day, we're going to have crashes. We're going to have accidents. It's going to cause issues. So it's just 1 per day. So that tells you right there you're going to be a bit limited in how this is going to work. But everybody's got to kind of sacrifice for this plan. There's already more sacrifices that are being made too to set up 30 Corps' mobility in order to get to you as well. And this is where, at least from my point of view as an historian, it begins to dawn on you, oh my God, the broad front is going away here in favor of this gamble, basically, to try and end the war. And what I mean by that, 3 U.S. Army infantry divisions had landed in Normandy around this same time, landed across the beaches, and They are going to be immobilized in Normandy, and their trucking stripped from them to give to 30 Corps so that they can have mobility for this operation. Right there, that basically denudes the combat power of all the other Allied armies on this front, in addition to the troop carriers that are now earmarked to this, that had been supplying, say, General Bradley's 12th Army Group, whatever it would be. And so they are, at least their momentum is taken away, and you are taking away from the broad front. The other thing to bear in mind here, look here at this port, Antwerp. The British had captured Antwerp on September 4th, 1944. It was an incredible achievement. They got it against almost no resistance, and they captured the port facilities intact. This is the greatest harbor in Northern Europe. If you have that thing running, it will feed about half of your logistical needs. So you have that in addition to Marseille and Toulon in South France. That's going to do a lot of the job for you to help this broad front. But the problem is, you see from one glance at the map here, Antwerp's an inland harbor. If you don't control the waterways that lead to it, and a lot of this low ground that leads to it, called the Scheldt or Scheldt estuary, you'll hear it pronounced both. If you don't control that, you can't use Antwerp. And guess what? We don't control that. So we are basically weakening any move to clear out the Scheldt or Scheldt estuary, whatever you want to call it, to invest in Market Garden here, which delays having Antwerp in operation and exacerbates your logistical difficulties. So Market Garden, when Eisenhower gives the go-ahead, he doesn't see and understand this, and he only begins to dawn on him as this thing unfolds. Okay, so nonetheless, you have a pretty decent plan in terms of the tactical and the drop zones and all that. One aspect of Market Garden that I think is really undercovered, in my opinion, is the support from the 8th Air Force that helps forge the way here. So the drop day is September 17th. It's a beautiful day, a late summer day, beautiful sunny skies, all that great stuff, exactly what you want. A little chancy to have a daylight drop, but the Germans are so surprised. That's the idea here. Before that happens, though, the B-17s go in, 872 of them, bomb targets in the Netherlands and in Western Germany. Their goal, neutralize the anti-aircraft guns, help support that the transport planes that are bringing in paratroopers and also gliders, who are also a big part of this too. So it's a milk run compared to a lot of the deep penetration raids in Germany that you would have had as a bomber crewman at that point and earlier in the war. But the Flyers love the idea of helping these ground troops, playing that part, and they especially love the idea of bombing the flak batteries. That's your number one enemy at this point in the war, the flak batteries that are going to shoot you down. So they love the idea of doing this against very little opposition. They bomb these guys, barracks, troop bivouacs, all that stuff. By noon, the loss of 2 aircraft, and another one, by the way, that exploded on takeoff back in England. That was always a peril you would have as a bomber crewman. So you lose 3 aircraft total. They dropped about 3,000 tons of bombs, and almost half landed within 1,000 feet of their targets. That's really good accuracy by the standards of heavy bombers in that era. In their wake, P-51 fighter planes come in and strafe and inflict more damage. So they do a lot of damage to the German anti-aircraft capacity. They don't, of course, destroy it altogether. So in the meantime, as the map shows you, the troop carrier armadas follow in their wake. 1,544 transport planes, 478 gliders, enormous. Take off from airfields all over England. This armada is so huge, so loud, that life in southeastern England basically ground to a halt. There were traffic jams on the roads as people were gawking at the skies overhead. Church services were halted as people left church to go and look at all the planes. There was a band concert going on in North London that had to stop because no one could hear the band. The engines of the plane were so incredibly loud, no one could even hear what the band was playing, even if they were standing right next to them. It was incredible. Phone conversations became impossible. All these engines droning overhead. So you can imagine how the excitement that's crackling in southeastern England. What's afoot here? What's going on? Is it the end of the war? All this stuff. The planes above had such, really, I think, quintessentially American nicknames, painted on the planes. Idiot's Delight, Channel Ferry, Sleepy Time Gal, Bouncin' Babe, Misbehavin', Damn Yankee. You have to have Damn Yankee, don't you? I mean, no matter where you're from, that just works. So inside were sticks of those paratroopers like the guys we just saw in the image a moment ago. The gliders, what did they have? Artillery pieces, like small artillery pieces, ammo, supplies, jeeps, communications equipment, engineers, other specialists, and they are piloted by overworked glider pilots. These guys are like the mavericks among the pilots of that era. They've been rejected in many cases from being a power pilot. They got a chip on their shoulder. They're adventurers. They like the idea of getting into a glider that has no power and trying to, fly that thing down and land it somewhere, which was extremely dangerous. It was one of the coolest things about researching that book, was corresponding and getting to know a lot of these guys, and just that personality endured even to old age. Just something very different about them versus the power pilots and versus the soldiers on the ground or whatever. A distinct identity, So the other thing that's really funny about them, but also revealing. On the British side, the glider pilots are also trained as combat infantry because the British need to maximize their manpower. So when they get on the ground, they fight alongside the infantry. Not the U.S. They were part of the Army Air Force, and the Army Air Force was like, no, we're not part of the ground forces. These are our guys. Don't you dare train them up as infantry, even if they'll help save their lives. That kind of thing. this sort of institutional clash here. So they're like, all right, I guess it's a hands-off. So when they get on the ground, they just kind of wander around and look for trouble and say, hey, guys, can I help? And so General Gavin, James Gavin, the 37-year-old commander of the 82nd Airborne Division, was so frustrated with them. I found this memo that he wrote about how they're a nuisance. They're just a nuisance to have these guys around. So they had these vague orders. Once on the ground, gravitate west, get back to Belgium, and then maybe we'll have you fly another mission or something. But would you really do that? You'd probably wander around and see what's what, So it's just so funny how they did it back then. But so they overflow some of the flooded areas of Holland, heading straight for their drop zones, as the paratroopers called it, or the landing zones, as the gliders called it. German anti-aircraft fire, non-existent in some spots, very heavy in others, just kind of depended where you were. There were specially trained Pathfinder teams that went in first to mark these zones, of course. They jump in about 20 minutes ahead of the main serials. In general, the airborne drops were quite accurate, remarkably smooth, because it's partially a daylight. There were minimal losses, but the Germans shot down 35 C-47s, so this is no cakewalk. It depended where you were. And, in most cases, the paratroopers are jumping clear and clean, but there are some cases where they're having to jump out of aircraft that are dying. And there are multiple cases in Operation Market in which the C-47 pilots basically sacrificed their own lives and safety to get the paratroopers down. One example I'll give you, Lieutenant Herbert Schulman. He is dropping paratroopers from the 501st Parachute Infantry near Veckel, and his plane is going down, and he basically says, don't worry about me, I'm going to drop these troops on the DZ. It's exactly what he did with the sacrifice of his life. There were at least 3 others who did much the same kind of thing. So again, this was no cakewalk, but a lot of these guys, by the way, had a little bit of a chip on their shoulder after the Normandy drop that's so scattered everywhere, and a lot of them got blamed for it, I think unfairly. And so they're determined, we're getting these guys down where they're supposed to be. So the drops were pretty good. Most of the paratroopers experienced pretty soft landings, almost like training, or better than training in many cases. Their biggest fear is generally crowded drop zones, where you got a lot of people around, a lot of equipment coming down, a lot of other troopers above you. There are some tragic instances of equipment bundles hitting people in the head and killing them, that kind of weird situation and tragic. So the parachutes they have, you'll notice if they're camouflage color, that's airborne. That's the paratroopers. If it's a silk parachute, that's an aviator parachute, typically. And in some cases, the parachutes are color-coded if they're dropping supplies, so like red for ammo, that kind of thing. So there's, of course, exceptions to these soft landings. Captain Lou Hopfleisch, who was personnel officer at 3rd Battalion, 504th Parachute Infantry, landed on the roof, through like the roof of a house in a town called Overassault. He said, I crashed through the tiled rooftop, suffered leg injuries as a result. He just hobbled around for the rest of Market Garden. The house, by the way, is still there, where you can see where Lou dropped. And I mean, it's just, so there were some, instances like that. General Gavin landed in a turnip field. He had a really hard landing. And he's immediately afterwards in the middle of a firefight. His Dutch liaison officer, Captain Harry Besterbiertje, basically saved his life by killing a German machine gun team that could have killed General Gavin. Besterbiertje, by the way, is linking up with Dutch resistance, which is a huge part of this, the whole Dutch political sphere in this that I think is important to remember too. So Gavin, this is one mistake I will criticize him for. I think he's an incredible commander, but he did not designate a successor in case something happened to him. He had no assistant division commander. If he'd been killed in that firefight or captured or whatever, the 101st 82nd Airborne would have been plunged into succession chaos. But he's lucky, you know. So a lot of times good or he's lucky and they go together. So Gavin, by the way, he had that hard landing I mentioned. He didn't know it until years later. He broke a couple of vertebrae. So tells you how tough this guy is too. Like, you know, going around for the rest of Market Garden, the war, he's existing for years, and oh, by the way, you broke a couple of vertebrae when you landed in Holland. Oh, all right, you know. I mean, that's the mindset here. So the gliders of both of these divisions came in about an hour after the paratroopers were on the ground, and it secured their landing zones. Glider landings were perilous, as they always were, but stressful, but largely successful. Only 2 gliders in the 82nd serial did not make it down. The 101st, 53 of 70 made it. 3 aborted over England. 1 ditched in the Channel. You may have noticed. You can see, you know, the recovery folks, the rescue folks that are in the Channel there. So if any planes go down or whatever, so there's at least 1 glider that's recovered that way, that ditches. A couple went down in Belgium. Some rest shot down. A couple collided in air. So time is of the essence. The soldiers knew they had to move rapidly to get their objectives. This is a coup de main, right? The Germans are stunned, they're surprised, let's take advantage of that. So all over the drop zones, Allied soldiers are moving with incredible urgency. The British, of course, up at the Arnhem area pretty quickly get penned in to a town called Oosterbeek, which is a suburb about 4 miles, 5 miles from the key bridge. And most of the division is penned in there. And of course, famously, Lieutenant Colonel Johnny Frost's battalion ends up fighting its way to the objective and really getting cut off there and fighting for its life at the bridge over the Rhine, the supposed bridge too far. And of course, that's a whole story that has tended to really occupy front and center of our attention for good reason. I'm focusing a little more on what's going on south of there. The 101st Airborne Division, to give you a sense of this, there's their landing zone. They're, again, around the Eindhoven area. And, you know, largely successful, but, and this is a little bit of a harbinger, the 502nd Parachute Infantry, you'll notice in the western side of our drop zones there, is going to get into some pretty heavy fighting around Best, the Best bridges there, and in the Zonche Forest. What that means is the Germans are reacting to this quicker than we expected. German reinforcements are going to be coming from east and west in these scratch forces. The Germans are not on their last legs. They're in trouble, but they still have some fight. And so the 101st Airborne is seeing that almost immediately, like the 502nd there, and the 501st up around Veckel and Erde. It's the same pattern. The 506 is moving southward. See where it says the Wilhelmina Canal? Right here, you've got to have that, you know, obviously to get Eindhoven, but the town of Zun or Zun. And this is where you're going to link up with 30 Corps with the armor coming from the Belgian border. Now, 30 Corps has run into more anti-tank opposition than they ever expected. Here again, the Germans stronger than we had thought. So they're moving more slowly than we had thought. And the other thing that really happens is that, to cause problems, the Germans blow up the bridge over the Wilhelmina Canal there, right in the face of the 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment as they're fighting their way toward it, including the famous Easy Company, you know, the Band of Brothers. So it's blown up in their faces. Okay, now infantry can move across there on planks or wade through quite uncomfortably, but they can do it. But vehicles, that's another matter. So that means we've got to build a bridge here, anew. That costs 36 hours. The problem with Market Garden, it's a zero defect operation. If one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. So when we lose that time, 1st Airborne up around Arnhem doesn't have that time, do they? And the Germans have more time to react, no matter where we're talking about here, and it ends up as a very, very difficult, problematic thing. So you're seeing that already. The 82nd Airborne, something of the same kind of thing. Now you're looking at their drop zone. Look how ambitious that is. This is a 25-plus mile front for an understrength airborne division that is not going to be in full strength on the ground on September 17th. In fact, its glider complement of glider infantry, the 325th, isn't going to be able to get in until September 23rd because of bad weather in England. So General Gavin is being asked basically to do two major missions here that would be a challenge for 2 airborne divisions, much less 1. To control what's called the Groesbeck Heights. Now, we say heights, that's basically a glorified hilltop or ridgeline. This is Holland we're talking about, okay? So any ridgeline, that's the heights because everything else is so incredibly flat. But whoever controls that higher ground, the Groesbeck Heights, this forest area, the Reichswald, and this neck of Western Germany, whoever controls that can look down the throats of anybody in Nijmegen and anybody around here to lob artillery into them, and so that's why you got to have it. And of course, you've got to have all these bridge objectives, including the capstone ones here in Nijmegen itself, the rail and road bridges. That is a big gulp. So bridges 7 through 10 that you're looking at here, pretty quickly things go sideways there. The Germans destroy or damage most of them except for one. The only one you capture intact is Bridge 7, that is taken by the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, Lieutenant Lloyd Paulette. And his guys take this in an incredibly valorous small unit operation. That's kind of your one win. It's great. You've got Bridge 7. You wanted all these bridges in order to disperse your combat power as you get across and go into Nijmegen. Not just the 82nd Airborne, but all those tanks and other vehicles coming from 30 Corps once you link up, right? So you now have to funnelize everything through Bridge 7. See how that's going to rob you of momentum? Much less what's going on down there at Sun, when the British engineers, once they link up with the 101st to try and repair that bridge. So again, when this goes wrong, everything goes wrong. And when the Germans begin putting pressure on Gavin's eastern front here, around the Groesbeck Heights, which they soon will, with reinforcements coming out of here, we've got more problems, don't we? So the larger theme, the Germans are not collapsing. Far from it. They're reacting as they often do. One thing the Germans are really good at in this war, when they take a blow to the face, they come back and they counterattack. They put together scratch forces. They find a way to plug gaps. They're very, very resilient. You'd seen that on the Eastern Front. You see it here, too, in Market Garden. So, in effect, you know, you're talking about an operation that has really lost its momentum, really, in the early phases. Now, one major win you do have is down here in this southwestern portion of the 82nd Airborne Sector at the Grave Bridge. That is over the Waal River, W-A-A-L. That is that bridge is the largest and most modern in Europe at that point in time. It is taken from the southern side by Lieutenant John Jocko Thompson and a small scratch platoon. And then you have other guys coming from the north. They're all from the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment. But Thompson's people play the main role in overwhelming a pillbox that's defending the bridge area right around here. And like a little command center, too. They overwhelm the Germans with bazooka fire and really a lightning kind of assault. What I think is fascinating about this is Thompson's actual personal background. He was a former minor league baseball player, a pitcher in the Boston Red Sox organization. And I really, this is only my opinion, but I really think that what you see in his actions here, because he could have just hunkered down and said, well, wait for reinforcements and then, then we'll go once we have everything all lined up. No, you go straight ahead with this take charge mentality of like a pitcher would have. I'm in control of the game, and it's up for me to basically set the tone for this game. Thompson totally has that mentality, and it really pays off here. So the Grave Bridge is captured intact, and that does help once 30 Corps comes into play, a couple days into this, September 19th, so a lot of time has passed. When these tanks link up with 82nd Airborne, yeah, you get through here easily, but then you're bottlenecked through Bridge number 7, and you're funnelized up the rest of the way. So that's your situation. You have German reaction in all of these spots, whether it's the British starting to get cut off around Arnhem, whether it's Gavin's division in crisis here at the Groesbeck Heights, and increasingly in Nijmegen itself, and the 101st Airborne Division down trying to hold either side of what the Americans soon dub Hell's Highway, that road net that you're capturing through Holland here to go all the way to Arnhem and beyond. So, tough situation then, isn't it? To tell you a little bit about the crisis that happens. This is on the second day of the operation. You have glider-borne units that are going to be coming in along the Groesbeck Heights that we've captured initially, but now the Germans come and take it back. So I was talking about how this whole eastern flank is in crisis here. It's ebb and flow. So we've got gliders scheduled to come in and land on areas the Germans actually control at that point. It's a problem, isn't it? And by the way, we have no communication with the planes and the gliders and paratroopers, we are the paratroopers on the ground, we can't communicate with them. So they don't know. So the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, under Gavin's direction, is basically going to have to go into a headlong frontal attack to recapture those landing zones before the gliders come down. And this is happening almost like something out of a movie, in a sense of, minutes count. And they basically overwhelm the German defenders in these frontal assaults. And they capture and destroy 16 anti-aircraft guns. They capture 150 Germans. They kill 50. They clear these landing zones just in time for the gliders to come down. But it costs things. It costs the life of a company commander named Captain Anthony Stefanich. He comes from the 505th Parachute Infantry. They're also involved too. And he had been beloved ever since North Africa, in command of this unit. And he's basically dying there. And one of his soldiers watching this, Private Arthur Dutch Schultz, who will later be made famous in The Longest Day, the book, and the movie. Dutch Schultz remembered seeing his company commander dying. He said, "It's difficult to put into words the love we felt for this man. He was not only a symbol of leadership, he was a symbol of innocence." And like something out of a movie, Stefanich, as he's dying, tells his XO, Jack Tallerday, says, "Jack, take care of my troopers and the company. We've come a long way together. You're the best friend and officer I know. Give my love to my family and tell them I did my best." It just grabs you, It's and so that's what this cost. They do it successfully, but the Germans are going to come back. They're coming back the next day. So we're constantly in crisis at this stage, and that's a microcosm. So the other thing that's interesting to note about this early phase of Market Garden, the 8th Air Force is used to resupply. So in this case, it's 252 B-24s that are stripped down, rejiggered so that you can drop supplies to these guys. And you can imagine the aviators just loved that mission too, that they could see how they were helping people. But this was a dangerous mission. You're flying low, you're not that well armed, and those anti-aircraft units are shooting at you. This is very, very difficult. But they pull it off. I could hardly speak from emotion. Lieutenant Daniel Budd, who was a pilot in one of these B-24s, wrote in his diary, "Whole towns are out in the yards waving. Old men and women and small kids. Everyone waving their shirts, expressions on people's faces." The war had been impersonal, bombing from 20,000 feet. Now it was personal, wasn't it? Almost every B-24 made it, but almost all of them were damaged. So most of the aviators never forgot that experience, as you might imagine. So over the next 48 hours now, as we get to the climax of this whole story, Market Garden really begins to degenerate into a bitter struggle as German reinforcements come into the mix from both east and west, up in Arnhem, up in Nijmegen, all of this kind of stuff. The highway is under enormous crisis. General Maxwell Taylor, the commander of our 1st Airborne Division, will later compare holding that highway to like cavalry troopers in the Old West trying to hold on against Native American attacks on either side of a railroad or whatever, or road. And it's really true. This Hell's Highway is constantly in crisis, not just these first few days, but of course for many, many days thereafter. So that's absorbing a lot of your strength to try and hold on there, and much less try and get armor and everything else through to where it needs to go. So from an American point of view, this early stage of the fighting, everything climaxes, of course, on September 20th, when troopers from the 504th Parachute Infantry are going to be asked to get aboard boats and cross the Vaal River. Okay, so here it is. The Vaal River, actually, the Moss River is the Grave Bridge. I apologize for that. But the Vaal River here, you're going to cross in boats. Why are you doing that? Because you've tried to fight your way to these bridges through the urban maw of Nijmegen, and it has been a stalemate. So now we're going to get across boats, row across by hand, and we're going to go straight into the Germans, and we're going to overwhelm them, and we're going to capture the bridges from the north side there, even as we hope other forces are coming from the south side, including British armor that is now linked up with us. This is the afternoon of September 20th, 1944. 3rd Battalion, 504th Parachute Infantry is going to be asked to do this, told, basically. Major Julian Cook is resentful of this mission. He feels this is a death and suicide mission, and he resents it. He's played by Robert Redford, famously in A Bridge Too Far, and I think very well, in my opinion. But So he's thought to himself, we are being asked to make an Omaha Beach landing all by ourselves. That's what they're thinking. And just, it absorbs most of the day for British engineers in their trucks to get those rickety boats up to these guys. That's how in crisis the corridor is at this point. And one of the trucks gets blown up, so there's fewer boats than you would have had. I mean, sometimes these engineers get criticized. I think these guys do an amazing job to get there at all, in my opinion. So they get there the afternoon of September 20th. It begins just after 3 o'clock that day. This assault straight across, basically across the Vaal River, and then to capture these bridges. It is an absolute slaughter on some levels. The sky was actually hailing bullets, one soldier remembered. They kicked up little spouts of water like a hailstorm on the water. For PSC Lawrence Dunlop, a machine gunner, the river became, quote, like a boiling pan of water. Another guy said it was like a school of piranha in a feeding frenzy. The paratroopers, as they go across, are paddling with either little paddles or their rifle butts or their hands. So these are not powered boats. And they are fish in a barrel there. They're terrified, they're angry, they're full of adrenaline. They're taking a lot of fire from the rail bridge. See the flanking fire you would get there? Some of it's 20 millimeter anti-aircraft fire. Any one of those rounds will take off the better part of your arm or blow your head off. There's a number of instances, really troubling, when paratroopers have their heads blown off, either by 20 millimeter fire or particularly effective machine gun fire. It's horrifying. We look like a bunch of animals, void of dignity and normalcy, one of the soldiers later said. Major Cook was so terrified that he kept repeating the better part of the Hail Mary over and over. He was a Roman Catholic. That's a crisis prayer for Roman Catholics. So he's just repeating Hail Mary, full of grace, over and over again. This is really well portrayed in the movie. Delbert Keel, his incredibly courageous chaplain, kept saying, Lord, thy will be done. You know, and he'd seen a lot of combat by that point in the war. Dozens were killed and wounded. Blood literally ran into the water. Many of the boats sank or were riddled with holes. About half of them made it across. The engineers, by the way, airborne engineers, were the ones piloting the boats nominally, but recovering them and going back. Notice how there's multiple waves, as the map shows you. They go back to get more guys. So what happens when you get across? Man, were they bloodthirsty. You've been a vulnerable target going across, right? You're angry at these guys who have taken advantage of that to shoot at you. And so this is one of those moments when the American infantry soldiers, in this case, will give no quarter. They will kill everybody they find there without any recourse at all. And a lot of these guys who are facing them here on that embankment that you're looking at, which looks right down at the river, they're the backwater of manpower. They're like 60-year-old men, 15-year-old kids, and all this. They're begging for their lives. The paratroopers shoot them down in droves. When they start to move toward the bridges here, there are Germans caught between the attacking forces on both sides on the rail bridge. By the records I studied, they claimed 267 of them were killed on that bridge. Some of them jumped into the water to drown there or try to swim away. Most of them just killed like fish in a barrel there on the rail bridge. I was skeptical of that number, but it's like everywhere. It's on the German side, it's on the American side, and you're like, wow, they were there, I wasn't. I guess that's true. So of course, famously, the road bridge is taken by Cook and his survivors. The late afternoon, early evening, they link up with the British tanks. The concern about the British tanks, of course, going across is that the Germans will blow the bridge. It doesn't happen, and there's all sorts of explanations you'll hear for that. The sort of standard Dutch national explanation is that a Dutch resistance fighter went in there and cut the cables. There's almost no chance that's true. I'm sorry. I greatly respect Jan van Hoof, the guy they're talking about. He was very courageous. There's almost no way he could have done that. But I understand why the Dutch have latched on to that. The other thing is the idea that like the Americans cut the cables. That could be too, but I think more precisely, it's probably the bombardment going on. That had really fouled a lot of the cables, the wires, explosives, and the evidence of that is that there were a lot of German engineers on the bridge when the Americans and British attacked. That's probably why they're there, to try and repair what had been damaged. But who knows? We still don't know for sure. But the tanks get across, And the Americans had the notion they're going to go all the way to Arnhem and rescue, and everything's going to be great. It's going to be like a movie, right? Well, it's just a few tanks. What are they really going to be able to do up in Arnhem? And which perimeter are you going to go to? Frost? Or are you going to go to the rest of the division over at Osterbeck? Okay, this is the misbegotten side of this. The paratroopers are very angry. They fixate on the British stopping and brewing tea and all that kind of stuff. But it's grossly unfair on many levels. But it's just part of the tragedy of Market Garden. That no matter how hard we were going to fight here, we were not going to rescue this failed operation. It had turned into a rescue operation, and even that we couldn't work out. Remember, 30 Corps is a mess at that point. Vehicles are snaking all the way back to Belgium, the whole accordion effect. They're under constant harassment of German counterattacks, fighting hard just to keep the corridor open. 30 Corps is fighting 3 different battles, one to keep the corridor open, one to hold the Grossbeck Heights, one to make it to Arnhem. How are you going to make that work? It guarantees failure. And of course, the British have no infantry to send along either. Now, they probably should have tried. But they were going to fail, unfortunately. So the operation ends, around this time, in September, and I won't bore you with all that. But it's said to last 9 days, September 17th to 26th, by the time we realize this isn't going to work. But the Airborne Division, the British 1st Airborne Division, is largely lost around Arnhem, of course. And the 2 U.S. divisions are going to continue to fight in Holland for the rest of the fall of 1944. So during the Market Garden phase, like that first 9-10 days, they suffer about 40 to 50% casualties. That next couple of months, when we're there until November, about 40 to 50% more. So by the time you're pulled out of there in November, that's the state of these 2 airborne divisions. So think about that, because it's incredible to realize they're put in reserve and then famously claimed to fight the Battle of the Bulge, of course, when that happens in mid-December 1944. They do pretty darn well, if you ask me, given everything they've been through, But these guys basically fought their guts out for what they hoped would be the end of the war. What we get out of it, if there's anything, is liberation of some portions of Holland here, and this friendship between the Americans and the Dutch that still exists to this day, which I think is really embodied in this image of young Dutch, probably resistance fighters, helping the U.S. paratroopers, in this case, guys from the 101st, working together like that. And so it's a tragedy on many levels. Some see, the Dutch see it, who live in that area, the corridor that's liberated, as Liberation Day. But remember, the rest of the country is not liberated, and some of it will have famine in it that the Germans deliberately provoke with the loss of thousands of Dutch lives. You can imagine the trauma. But even those in the liberated corridor, the price of liberation was that their homes became battlegrounds. And that'll be true for months and months and months. So the whole thing is really just a very sad tale in the end in this respect. So the conclusions I have, and I'd love to leave it open for plenty of questions too. Ultimate responsibility for Market Garden's failure rests, in my opinion, with Eisenhower. It wasn't his concept, that's true, but he gave the go-ahead. He made so many good decisions we could never even document them all. He was an amazing commander. This was his worst decision. He's human. You make mistakes. We understand why he made the decision, but it wasn't the right call. And it had terrible, terrible consequences. Again, you're getting my opinion here. The fun of it is we could argue and talk about it forever, right? And we still do, 80 years on. He took his eye off the ball of what should have been the primary objective at that point, Antwerp. If you get Antwerp, you now have a lot of options in front of you, especially for the broad front. And I certainly am an unrepentant advocate of the broad front, so you have to know I'm coming from that standpoint. It just makes more sense, and it's what they're going to do ultimately. So when Market Garden fails, it consigns us to a winter of war, another winter of warfare, right? It also, by the way, leads to the Battle of the Bulge, because when Market Garden happens, Hitler decides to launch his own counteroffensive that he starts to plan at that point and then unleashes in mid-December. Second, the plan is based mainly on hope. Hope that the Germans are finished. Hope that the bridges will be intact. Hope that the armor will advance. Hope that everything will go right. Hope that the military Hail Mary pass will be completed 70 yards down the field, right? That's just probably not going to happen. Third, the Americans who fought in Holland were consigned to a battle of sheer desperation from the beginning almost to the end. Most would really never be the same, and really remembered this vividly for the rest of their lives. And of course, as I said, the failure of Market Garden guarantees that the war is going to continue in 1945. No Antwerp, no supplies, German recovery, divergence through the broad front. So Gavin summed it up best, I think. He kept a diary through the war, fascinating, insightful stuff. And he wrote after it, after they were, pulled out in November. He said, "The high hopes of the late summer '44 faded with the first chill of an early winter." You can almost feel that chill, can't you? Yeah. So I'll leave it at that. If you have questions, I would love to answer them. Thank you. Yes, sir. Is there a mic coming around, or should we just? I'll hear it. Okay. Go ahead.
Could you talk a little bit about this? There seems to be a divergence in how Brits seem to view this versus us. Well, and maybe I'm over dramatizing it, but it seems like for lost causers, Pickett's charge is always the "if only it had worked." And for a lot of Brits, this seems like if only these 2 or 3 things had been different, it would have been successful.
Absolutely. That's a really good point. So in case you didn't hear, I'll repeat the questions to make sure everybody hears. There seems to be a kind of lost cause element to this, almost like Pickett's charge. Okay, if only this would have worked, then everything, flows from that. And the British in particular seem to have that attitude. And I think that's very insightful because the other day I was talking Market Garden with my co-host, James Holland, who is British. If you don't know him, he's British. He's an amazing historian. And he's been walking the ground there. He's been immersed in this for the 80th anniversary. And he said, the more I study it, the more I think it could have worked. And so I was like, so I greatly respect his opinion, but I'm like, well, what does worked mean? Because my point all along has been, what's the strategic purpose of this? Are we going to Berlin? Do we really think we're going to go across northern Germany all the way to Berlin unmolested without major attacks on a corridor, by the way, just like we saw in Holland? And once we do get to Berlin, guess what? That's a major urban area, and they're probably going to fight very hard there, as happened to the Soviets in April and May 1945. So to me, it's like, okay, maybe we could get across the Rhine, but is that really worth all the cost of everything else? So yes, I mean, it's all in our perspectives. I think you're exactly right. And I think maybe from a British perspective, you know what? They lost some of the cream of their army there. Something has to be worthwhile about that in the end. And something has to come out of these incredible soldiers who fought to the end. And I guess I would look at it the same way. I greatly respect his opinion, but I also just have to ask how we define worked, because I just don't see it the same way, I guess. Yeah.
And another thing Holland has talked about recently and also before is Gavin's decision to or not to go for the bridge on that first day, and there's a lot of paperwork on that over the years too. Where do you come down on that?
Don't I know it? Yeah. So let's go back and look at this. So. Yeah, this is a lot of criticism of General Gavin for not grabbing the Nijmegen Bridge early on, not prioritizing that, for investing too much and hanging on to the Groesbeck Heights. Where I come down on that is I think blaming Gavin for that failure is like blaming a firefighter for the fire that broke out in the building that he's trying to put out the fire. This concept is so incredibly ambitious here. How is he going to, I mean, as I made the point, you're talking about something that if you had 2 airborne divisions here was going to be a challenge. Take Nijmegen and these key bridges and take these heights and hold them against the powerful German counterattacks that are coming. He's got basically 70% of his division down to basically do all those objectives. And the evidence of the overstretch is that on the day of the Wall crossing on September 20th, he's there hoping to watch the whole thing and have an effect. And he gets called away because of a crisis at the Groesbeck Heights because they're about to lose their control over that. And if they do, the Germans are going to pound the guys going across the Wall River with artillery. So to me, to blame Gavin for this is absurd. Now, where a lot of the blame will fixate is not taking the bridge and prioritizing to take it early, okay? And where this comes down is that you were supposed to go in on this side here rather than through the urban maw to capture that road bridge. Now, it is documented that Gavin stood with his regimental commander, Roy Lindquist, and told him to do precisely that. He said, don't get bogged down in the maw of the city. go on this outflanking area here that where not much is, and you can get there and you can grab the bridge pretty quickly. And this wasn't just Gavin doing a kind of a CYA later. His operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Jack Norton, who eventually retired as a 3-star, he was there, documented it all in his notes. I've seen those notes. He did that. So you can tell your subordinate to do something, but when he gets on the ground and he gets distracted, as Lindquist did, by what he thought was a Dutch resistance guy giving him a good guide to the bridge, when that happens, I mean, how is Gavin really at fault for that on many levels? Because what happens is this guy probably wasn't Dutch resistance. He was probably a collaborator, and he was misleading them, and they get tied down and fighting in the urban mob. But I'll also make the point. Do we imagine for 1 minute that if we grab this bridge within the first day or so, that the Germans are just going to say, okay, well, you've won here. Okay. No, there were elements of the 10th SS, 9th SS Panzer Reconnaissance. There was a Kampf group called Kampf Group Hankey that was coming into the area, that was descending down there, and they would have contested that. And so, as I often say, you would have been frosted. In other words, like what happens to Frost at the Rhine Bridge is probably going to happen to whoever gets to that bridge early on. I mean, I've been round and round on this and a lot of podcasts and whatever. I just think it's so incredibly unfair to blame Gavin. While I'll also say to you, I'm not just going to defend him because I think he's a fine commander. Where I think he made mistakes, I'll point that out, like with the succession thing. I think he erred badly there and he got away with it. In this case, though, I just think it's pretty unfair, in my opinion. Yes, sir?
But, I mean, you alluded to it briefly, but was there, and they talk about this in the movie, the intelligence failure of knowing that the SS divisions were there.
Right.
Was that information getting to anybody, and were they believing it?
Yeah. So yeah, and, you know, drawing from the movie, the elements of the 2 SS Panzer divisions, 9th and 10th SS, that are refitting around the Arnhem area. What about the intel? Do the Allies know that? Is it getting down to the people who know it and all that? The answer is pretty much yes. Now we have to point out, 9th and 10th SS are not in good shape. Like a lot of German formations, they've really been beaten up, and so they're refitting. But you know what? There's still a core of resistance that could cause some serious problems for you, even if their vehicles aren't all operational, whatever. So yeah, that is pretty well portrayed, I think, in the movie, of this kind of, once we've decided on the operation, we're not going to let anything diverge us from it. Because remember, they'd canceled about, 18 previous airborne operations, and the idea was this one's going to go. And you can kind of understand in the sense of saying we can't just dissuade ourselves from this operation because we have a little bit more enemy presence there than we expected. We think we can deal with that. But so, you know, they might have gotten lucky, and maybe the Germans wouldn't have reacted well with all these other reinforcements that come into play, and we deal with 9th and 10th SS and beat them there. But they weren't lucky, you know. So we tend to give them all that opprobrium. And whose fault is that? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of blame to go around. I think in the end, it's the concept that's at fault that is going to lead to those kind of decisions, just in my opinion. Yeah. Yes, sir?
What's your take on Matt Ridgway during this? He has 2 divisions. What's he doing?
Yeah.
Does he play any role? How's that impact him moving forward into later war and post-war?
Yeah, it impacts him a lot. I'm glad. So the question is, what's General Matthew Ridgway doing at this point in time? What's my take on him? I'm glad you asked. I'm writing a biography of him, so I have a definite take. Maybe more than you want to hear. But so all right. So a little context here. Matthew Ridgway is really the senior American airborne officer. He is really the most accomplished Allied airborne officer, I would argue, as of September 1944. He has, of course, successfully led the 82nd Airborne Division, pioneered it into existence, led it successfully in Sicily and in Normandy, and he's been promoted to command of 18th Airborne Corps, which consisted of the 2 U.S. Airborne Divisions, and then soon to be 17th Airborne that was going to be coming into play as well. So he quite rationally, I think, felt that he should have been in command here. Instead, it goes to Browning, who had not had Ridgway's experiences. He commands a kind of what's called the 1st Airborne Corps, and basically 82nd and 101st are poached and sent into that under Browning's command. So how would you feel if you were Ridgway, in which your 2 prime assets are taken from you, given to someone else of less accomplishment, less experience, less proficiency as a ground combat commander, let's be honest. Nice, genial fellow, but I'm sorry, he's not as well suited for this mission. So Ridgway is absolutely spitting fire during Operation Market Garden. He is very angry that he is not in command. He's not the type of person to cause issues at a higher level for that. He's not going to parachute in. He's going to go in on the ground once the corridors open more, and he's going to be so angry because he comes under artillery fire. He's stalemated down at times. He's very angry at the lack of aggressiveness he thinks is there for some of the 30 Corps troops. He's willing to just blame everybody for everything at this point. He's just, you know, have you ever been in one of those nasty, angry moods? You're like just ready for a confrontation. Ridgway's in that place. And what happens here is a little fraying of an otherwise incredibly strong, lifelong relationship between Ridgway and Gavin. That Ridgway's just wandering around the battle area, kind of ineffectually, like, how can I help? You know, and it's not his gig. So he comes into the 82nd Airborne Division command post one day at a time when, this will shock you, the Groesbeck Heights are under crisis, and Gavin's dealing with that. Like, how am I going to fend them off? And so Gavin's dealing with that, and he doesn't properly report to Ridgway in Ridgway's view, and Ridgway gets all huffy about it. This was really not like him. He was not officious, but he's looking to be angry about something. And so he asked Gavin later, like through official channels, I want an explanation why you didn't report to me properly. And Gavin gets so put out with this that he's thinking about retiring and all this, like, this is BS, you know. They eventually patch it up. They laughed about it later in life. And Ridgway admitted he was wrong, which also showed the kind of person that he was. But he has really hardly any effect on Market Garden. And I think, and this is just a counterfactual, who knows, I think if Ridgway were in command, it would have been better run. It would have been more efficient in terms of what was prioritized to be on the ground. Famously, Browning earmarks too many gliders and too many aircraft for his own headquarters and things like that I think Ridgway probably wouldn't have done. But Ridgway was one of the, arguably, the finest commander among many, but even he, I don't think, could have rescued this awful concept, in my opinion. Yeah, great question. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Last question.
Oh, bummer.
I read somewhere that the Holland War College said that anybody who backed down that corridor would flunk the test.
Yeah, so this was earlier in the war. The Dutch, like the Dutch War College or whatever within the Dutch Armed Forces, that they had war gamed this kind of thing a lot. Yeah, and then they you are correct that they had said anybody who tries that frontal attack down this actual corridor will fail the exercise. That they had to come up with some other way to capture the bridges and river systems here.
Hell's Highway.
Yeah, the Americans came to call that Hell's Highway, I think with really good reason. So really, if you're an American paratrooper, especially in the 101st, that's what you're doing most of the time, is trying to hold on to Hell's Highway from west or east as they're coming at you from either direction. 82nd, they're mainly coming from the east. But it's in crisis that quickly, and the Dutch do that. And but there's just hope, too, that, here's that word, that the Dutch resistance rising up is going to be able to alleviate some of that somehow. And, I mean, the Dutch resistance does a lot of good work here. They're really pretty amazing, and they're more courageous than we could ever know. But again, it's still not enough.
Well, I had heard that they had told Montgomery that too.
They probably had, but you know, Montgomery, I suppose, sees it differently at that point. But yeah, it's a shame. Well, thanks, appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will be at 11:30, but if you'd like to ask any more questions to Dr. McManus, he will be at the Gettysburg National Battlefield. Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to Eisenhower National Historic Site. My name is Matt. I'm one of the interpretive rangers, and it's a pleasure to have you all here today. Our second speaker for this morning will be Dr. Sarah Myers with her presentation on I Was Happiest in the Sky, the Women Air Force Service Pilots of 1942 to 1944. When the United States Army Air Force utilized women pilots to fly military aircraft for the first time during World War II, women joined for similar motivations as male pilots, a deep love of flying and patriotism. The Women's Air Force service pilots received the same training as men minus combat and served in assignments at bases across the continental United States. They were the only women's military unit during the war that did not receive a military status from Congress. Excuse me. So that the 38 female pilots who lost their lives in service to their country did not receive the recognition or benefits that they should have. earning their wings, the WASPs of World War II, and their fight for veteran recognition tells the story of these female pilots from that era, of Amelia Earhart and Charles Lindbergh through the 1970s when the WASPs finally earned their veteran status. Dr. Sarah Myers is an associate professor of history at Messier University. She shared her histories of World War II and veterans with C-SPAN, PBS, the United States National Archives, and the National Army Museum. She was awarded a National Endowment of the Humanities Dialogus on the Experiences of War grant for a program focused on generating dialogue with female veterans. She led discussion workshops for this grant at the Military Women's Memorial at Arlington National Cemetery. Prior to her position at Messiah College, she was the director of a World War II museum in St. Francis University, where she curated museum exhibits and an oral history project from Pennsylvania veterans, including the United States Army Rangers at D-Day. So let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Myers.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the park rangers who organize these events this morning. There's a lot that goes to the background. And thank you all for taking the time to come today, because I know that you have a lot of other options. And so I appreciate you taking the time to come and hear this history and to honor these women's legacy by learning more about their history. So with that, I would like to give you a quote from Cornelia Fort, one of the women Air Force service pilots. Which is what the title of my talk is based around today. So Cornelia Fort, who was one of these WASP, said, "I was happiest in the sky, at dawn when the quietness of the air was like a caress, when the noon sun beat down, and at dusk when the sky was drenched with the fading lights." I use her quote because it speaks to the beauty of flight that all pilots during World War II respected and thought about, the ways that they just loved the experience of aviation, but also especially loved the experience of military aviation, which was different from smaller civilian aircraft. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the experience of that. Cornelia Fort is also a really interesting individual. She was in the same social circles as Amelia Earhart, who is the infamous female pilot of these pre-World War II generation. She also was a wealthy woman who was from Nashville, Tennessee, and she earned her pilot's license and was the first female flight instructor in the state of Tennessee. So she has that interesting distinction. She also was at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, which I don't need to explain to this crowd. What was happening was she was actually a civilian instructor at the time. She had a male pilot who was her student, who's in the plane with her, and she said as they were flying, all of a sudden she realizes what becomes the attack when she sees a Japanese aircraft fly above her, and she knows immediately this is an emergency situation and we need to land. Both she and the pilot successfully landed at Pearl Harbor, and then when the women's pilot program started in 1942, she was literally in the first 28 women to sign up for this program. Cornelia Fort also tragically lost her life during World War II. In March of 1943, she was involved in an accident that was the fault of one of the male pilots who was flying in formation with her. There were accident reports that were taken during World War II, just like there are today, and this was the fault of that male pilot, but it was not intentional. And so Cornelia Fort, when she loses her life in 1943, her family, because of her status as a civilian, because women were not considered veteran pilots until the 1970s, so because she was civilian, that meant that her family was not allowed to display a gold star. They were not allowed to have a military funeral. In fact, they raised funds to ship her body home, and there was the director of the WASP program, Jackie Cochran, who actually has two WASP accompany her body home, as is typical practice, but Jackie Cochran did that out of her own money and bank account. And so Cornelia Fort represents this position of women, like their interest in flight and also their position in this time period in history, but she also represents the fact that these women are then, not having the same status as other military service men and women during World War II. The women Air Force service pilots are actually the only women's service unit during the war that does not receive military status, and so we'll also talk more about that. So when the war starts in Europe in 1939, both these women pilots, Jackie Cochran and Nancy Love, approach the Army Air Force and General Arnold specifically, because they both have connections to him, and say that they're interested in women helping with the war effort as pilots. They say, you know, we know we're not in a war at the moment, but just keep us in mind. We think that women pilots would be useful for the war effort should we get involved. They also are very well aware that in 1939 there is a civilian pilot training program. It was called CPTP, and this civilian pilot training program was started by President Roosevelt. It was actually one of his New Deal government legislation programs, and what it did was it trained pilots for free, so that, you know, with the war starting in Europe, Roosevelt and others realized like what is to come, and we need to build up our reserves of numbers of pilots. Eleanor Roosevelt, because of her interest in women's roles and in human rights in general, Eleanor Roosevelt requests that women be included in this. And so the civilian pilot training program in 1939 said that for every 10 men, 1 woman can also get training as a pilot. And this program made possible the large numbers of women who are going to later apply for the WASP program. And so both of these women in this moment are like, you know, in this world of the civilian pilot training program, we just want you to be thinking about women pilots. They were told kind of just like, thank you for your time, and we moved along. What happens then later, because both of these women, by the way, I think should be household names, like Amelia Earhart is a household name, because they had thousands of flying hours. Both of these women, especially Jackie Cochran, set like so many records, like flight and aviation records during their lifetime. Jackie Cochran was the first woman to break the sound barrier because of her relationship with other pilots. But both of these women approach General Arnold again a couple times after the U.S. Joins World War II. In 1942, in the spring, General Arnold at this time decides that maybe it would be a good idea to see what use women could be to replace men so that they could be sent overseas for combat. And so what he does is he gives them each a women's pilot program. Those programs eventually merge to become the WASP. And so these women are taking leadership roles. The assumption is that they will be given rank once they are militarized, but that does not happen, and so instead they're just given civilian titles. But both these women are passionate about this era. They're also friends with Amelia Earhart, just to kind of give you an idea of their generation. Women did serve officially in the military prior to World War II. And so I just wanted to give recognition to them and kind of give you some context. So women did serve in the U.S. military, you know, starting with the American Revolution, with women who cross-dressed and fought in combat and things like that. But when you think about more recent conflicts with World War I, women served as nurses for the Army and Navy. They also were in the Signal Corps. These women who are pictured here with, you know, several others are given official military status in the 1970s, and so they become the first ones on the record to be officially in the military. During World War II, you had women's units. Like I said, every one of these received military status from Congress because the way that it worked at the time was Congress needed to pass legislation to give you military status. So I put the acronym and then what the acronym stood for each of these. So with the WACS, you know, Women's Army Corps, the WAVES, which they're very much going for a pun here, right? For women in the Navy, which I think is interesting. And that's kind of setting me up to describe the Women Marines, which you see notably do not have an acronym. And that is because General Thomas Holcomb said, they're Marines, they don't need a nickname. And so I think that sums up the culture that the Marines, you know, has established for themselves, but also why they don't have an acronym. If you think about like the numbers of women, the women Air Force service pilots are also the smallest women's unit. They are going to have 1,102 in total that graduate from training and are part of the program. Whereas if you think about the WACs, I can show you numbers later, we're talking hundreds of thousands of women. So the WASP are very much the smaller unit, but that's because you had to have flying hours as a pilot before you came into the program. And so that just meant that, you know, if you're a woman who's interested in flying, you can't just join the WASP. You have to have your pilot's license and a certain number of flying hours. Just to situate, like, who were the WASP, like who was able to like be a part of this program, it is women who at the time, because of the way World War II worked with these women's units, and if you think about the Jim Crow military and segregation, there were black units, right, and then there was everyone else. So for the WASP, there were no black women who were allowed to join. We have several black women pilots in the era who were famous in their time period, who wrote into Jackie Cochran and asked to be in this program, but Jackie wrote them back and said, we're too concerned about the image of this program and its like acceptance socially among the American public, and so at this time we're afraid to accept you. The Women Marines was the same way, but all of the other women's units eventually had a segregated black women's unit. I wanted to just mention, though, that there were 2 women who were Chinese American who served in the WASP. One of them, Hazel Yang Lee, lost her life during the war. There are also 2 Native American women who were part of these tribes that you see listed here. So, of the women who joined this program, so there are 25,000 women who apply for the program. There were 1,830 who were then accepted for training, and then of those we have 1,102. So of the women, if you think about like numbers, the Army Air Force described this program at first as an experiment. General Arnold actually said in one of his like final speeches for the WASP in 1944, he said, I didn't know whether the slip of a young girl could handle the controls of a B-29, because he thought that women didn't have the upper body strength to handle larger military aircraft like bombers during World War II. And so because it's described as an experiment at first, that meant that they kept tabs and statistics on everything about these women. They wanted to see, is the women's graduation rate from training the same as men? And the answer is yes, it was. Some classes of the WASP actually had a very slightly higher graduation rate than the men. They also looked at their test scores. They combined everything, all the data about them. Male pilots received combat training, but the WASP did not. So everything else was the same minus combat training. So that's why they were able to compare, test scores and everything else for these women. The training that they received was in Texas. So the first classes were trained at Houston. The rest of the classes were all trained at Sweetwater, Texas. So Sweetwater is in the West Texas Panhandle, so it is flat and dry. I went to school out there, so I can tell you about the dust storms and the way that the sand gets in your teeth and things like that. So when they're experiencing training, they're kind of bonding over these moments that they experience in West Texas. But also, West Texas is a great place for training because the weather is relatively moderate. The base is used just for women pilot trainees. So actually what's unique about it is that all phases of pilot training occurred at this one base for women. And while there were male instructors, there were not other men at the base. So there were no male pilot trainees at Sweetwater, Texas. It was just for the WASP. So when they're training, the WASP are learning the same things as men in ground school, again, except for the combat maneuvers, etc. And so they learn navigation, Morse code, how to take apart engines, all the basic things that you need. And then they also then have flight school with their flying hours. Because of the base being, relegated only to women, I use this picture to show you that it's, very windy in West Texas. Most of the women who took pictures at base took a picture by this sign. I love the different iterations of it, which I didn't have time to, we don't have time to go through all the iterations of this photo, but this is what the sign looks like. And then there were some that would cover up the W and the O of women, so it would, you know, read men trainees as kind of like a joke. They called the base Cochrane's Convent, named after Jackie Cochran, because there were no men. But also what's interesting about this is that when the base first opens, and it's very, you know, common knowledge that this is where women are going to be training for the first time, etc., the base gets a lot of emergency landings from male pilots who say, oh, I've really got to land. And so what Cochrane does is, in, you know, consultation with Arnold, says, okay, we're done. There's no more emergency landings at Sweetwater. This, you know, you don't need to come look at the women. So the women actually, because they were really concerned about stereotypes that the WACs had experienced in the Army, so when women are entering the military in this way during World War II for the first time, it is unique from previous wars because they are going through basic training. They're being issued military uniforms that are both skirts but also pant versions of the uniform, which, if you keep in mind, for this era was controversial for the time for women to wear pants in public. And so the WACs got a lot of really intense media slur campaigns against them, where instead of saying, oh, we have women, you know, serving in the Army, look at these female soldiers, instead what's said about them is, what are these women really doing overseas? And so they say that these women are servicing men, right? That's what, and the Army's like, please, like, make it stop, right? And so they're constantly promoting, these are professional women, this is what their jobs are, etc. And most of what women in the other branches are doing, Army, Marines, Coast Guard, is they're doing things that are considered to be traditional for women. So yes, they have nurse corps, so there's nursing, but also a lot of things related to communications, you know, doing admin work, things like that. And so even though the women aren't even doing things that would be considered controversial jobs to the American public, there are still these media campaign slurs about them. There are also rumors that you entered the WACs and you wore, you know, the dress pant uniform version of the uniform, that these women are becoming lesbians, was the argument. And so it's like, don't send your daughters, or... And so there's these fears about women's like sexuality, but also fears about women accepting new roles and serving in the military in this way, and women being stationed overseas, even though they're not stationed in combat. There's still all these like fears and concerns. So for the WASP in particular, they're not going to be stationed overseas. There's such a small number of them, and the Army Corps is concerned about, you know, a woman's death overseas, and especially because the WASP are not performing anything considered to be traditional for women because they're literally flying military planes. The WASP program, the decision is made, like, we're gonna not station them overseas. There are women who fly a couple missions to Canada and also to Cuba. So there are, you know, a few missions where you're, you know, kind of overseas in that respect, but otherwise not like, you know, the WACs who are stationed in North Africa, etc., right? So these women are, you know, having these jobs. Because of this, Cochrane, the reason why it's also called Cochrane's Convent is because Cochrane decides, like, we really need to make sure that these women aren't doing anything that's seen as quote-unquote sexually promiscuous. So they had rules and regulations about women dating. So dating an instructor was forbidden. If you were in your dress uniform in public, you were not supposed to be going on a date. There were very specific rules about what you could and could not do because they were worried about people, the media, saying negative things about women pilots. Some women, while there's not an intense media campaign about that in particular, there are some women who, when they're performing work like ferrying planes across the U.S., had members of the American public who were confused about what they were doing because the program was kept under wraps from the media to such an extent. All right, so assignments. They were stationed at over 120 bases across the continental United States. They performed work, the majority of them were ferrying aircraft. So we have members of the audience today whose family members were Rosie the Riveters. So Rosie the Riveters would build planes in factories. The WASP would fly these planes to different bases. They would also fly planes to the coasts of the US so they could be taken overseas. That was one of their predominant jobs. Ferrying was interesting because, essentially what happens by the time this program ends in 1944 is women have flown every type of aircraft available to the U.S. Army Air Force during the war. So any new technology that's coming out, women are working as test pilots alongside with men. When they're ferrying aircraft, you have to learn very quickly how to fly different types of aircraft because you're not always sure what your next assignment's going to be. And while you're given training for that, there's sometimes situations where you don't have as much training as you would have hoped for that particular aircraft. The other thing that the WASP did that put themselves in harm's way directly in terms of live ammunition was they towed targets during the war. So at the top left, you see a publicity photo that was taken by a journalist from what you can see like the wing of the plane that they're in. The WASP would tow targets, so they were canvas, basically like canvas tarps that were hooked by cables to the back of the plane. And male cadets on the ground would practice shooting anti-aircraft artillery, which you see on the bottom right. There would be different colors within the casings so that it would leave this faint trace of color if you hit the target. So you would know, oh, from this gun, yellow, you did really great today. Blue, there are some things we need to work on, right? Because you didn't hit the target or whatever. They also had men practice combat maneuvers in the air while the women flew this same repeated pattern back and forth so that men could practice shooting at the target, sort of simulating combat in a different way, right? Not as directly because it's slower, but you get the sense of it. And so when women took these jobs, men had also been towing targets on the home front during World War II. There are a lot of Army Air Force pilots who are stationed in the home front who don't go overseas, right? Because they're instructors on different bases. They're towing targets. They're also ferrying planes because you just need so many people to do these jobs. So what happens when the WASP tow targets is that there are male pilots who complain to General Arnold and say that they no longer want to do these work that the men describe as chores. So they literally use the word chores or different iterations. One of them calls it dishwashing, etc. And I find this fascinating because live ammunition is being shot at targets, right? And so nothing about this gives you the feel of chores. I mean, I guess depending on what chores you're performing. But they're, performing this work that's incredibly dangerous, but it is, minimized. Their professionalism is minimized because you're using words like chores. They also said women would be better suited to do this. They told Arnold because they said, they're flying a pattern back and forth in the air, so it's like a repetitive pattern. And they say that women are better suited to tedious, repetitive tasks, were the phrases that were used. So just to give an idea of, again, this work that's dangerous that they were doing before women were assigned it, and then afterwards the language is shifting. So no, I want to give this disclaimer now because I've explained that there are some women who died during the war. No women died from live ammunition, but there are women who died towing targets because the planes that you're flying, you don't want to fly new aircraft, right? So you're flying old, repaired planes in some way. Mechanics on bases at, Camp Davis in North Carolina, for example, talk about how this is problematic for them because they're trying to keep up with repairs, but they only have so much time and so many resources to do things. And so there are women, for example, who die because they need to make an emergency landing. They realize that they need to bail out of their aircraft, but then their hatch won't open, and so they're trapped inside when the plane crashes. So there are women, there are a total, during the war, there are 38 women who die at some point from this work because, again, like World War II aviation is dangerous, right? No matter what it is that you're doing. The last assignment I wanted to describe, I wanted to use Colonel Paul Tibbets because I think a lot of people might recognize his name or face at the very least. Colonel Paul Tibbets was, many things obviously during his career, but In particular, he was a B-29 pilot. And so when the B-29 was first developed, it had a problem with regards to it would develop engine fires. They eventually worked this out, but there were some male test pilots who died because of these engine fires, and so it was dubbed a widowmaker. And so men didn't want to be assigned the B-29. And so what happens is General Arnold asked Colonel Paul Tibbets, like, hey, do you have any ideas how we could possibly get women interested get men interested in flying the B-29, because we have a real morale problem like on our hands. And so Paul Tibbets comes up with the idea to train WASP to fly the plane, and he says, I'm sure if you have a woman fly it and then land it for the men, that men will change their minds about it. And sure enough, these are the first two women to do it, Dora Dorothy Strother and Dorothea Johnson Mormon, who both are trained by Tibbets to fly the B-29. Literally all they do is, basically a flying demonstration, land on a base, get out of the plane, and then as Tibbets describes it, all of a sudden morale is better. So men would say like, oh, it must be fine. And what's interesting about this to me is it taps into stereotypes that happened, in the decades before World War II about driving and female drivers, and how advertisements would, say, this car is so easy, even a woman can drive it. And so all those like stereotypes are what they're kind of, Paul Tibbets is tapping into, right, to get men to then fly the B-29. So V. Thurn Cowden, one of these WASP, said about flying. She said, the P-51, so this pursuit aircraft, was the love of my life. It was so well engineered that when you were flying and once you had it trimmed, if you leaned forward, it would go up. Oh, sorry, I just said it wrong. If you, that once you had it trimmed, if you leaned forward, it would go forward. If you leaned back, it would go up. You could turn it, you didn't have to touch it. I love this quote because she's explaining, again, like the beauty of this aircraft, like what she loves about flying it specifically, because all the women in their letters home or in their oral history interviews decades after the war, when they talk about their favorite aircraft during World War II, they're always talking about how it's different from the lighter civilian aircraft that they had access to. And even after the war, it's a long time, it's the 70s before commercial aviation opens up to women pilots. So even these WASP who later, are going to be out of jobs are going to ask commercial airlines are going to say, no thank you, but you can be a flight attendant if you want. And so they talk about how much different it is to fly, faster or bigger, like the bombers, right? And how these heavy aircraft are just a different experience and how much they loved it. They can fly at different altitudes, they can fly faster, etc. Just thinking about the ways that they loved this experience, but also for some of them, they talk about how they literally, their field at Sweetwater was called Avenger Field because they said they were avenging men's deaths overseas. Some women literally enlisted. One enlisted because her husband died overseas and she decided she wanted to avenge his death by serving the way he had in becoming a pilot, and then eventually she was a WASP. There were others who served because their brothers, uncles, fathers died in combat and they wanted to serve in that way and do what they could. And so these women are participating in this world that we think of, but specifically to aviation. The program was organized as military because the assumption was that just like for the WACs and the SPARs and the WAVES and the women Marines, that these women would also get military status before Congress. And so they were issued military uniforms, they took oaths, they were issued dog tags. Everything in terms of their organization was the same. They did have those additional rules about dating. Otherwise, though, they didn't operate like typical civilians. So when you were stationed at a base, if you were a civilian male pilot who was ferrying planes, which was a thing that happened, you could come and go as you wanted to. You didn't actually have to take leave officially or get your leave approved. You didn't have to face the same Army bureaucracy, etc. And so for the WASP, though, they couldn't do that. They operated as though they were military. They were treated as though they were military the entire time because the assumption was one day you will. So the picture on the right is from one of the WASP graduation ceremonies, again in the flat world of West Texas. On the left, I include this picture because this is one of the many women that I interviewed about their wartime service. This is WASP Marty Weil. I took her picture at her home in Indiana. And when I interviewed Marty that day, towards the end of the interview, she got really excited and was like, "Do you want to see my uniform?" And I was like, "Of course." And so she went into her closet. She's like, "It doesn't fit me anymore, but I want to show you." So she held it up for me, and I asked if I could use her picture. So this was not without her consent. But she said, she was just so proud of her military service, which I thought was really, again, interesting and unique for these women in particular. And so she was proud of her service and her uniform and things like that. So again, Congress, I'm going to talk about why they don't pass the bill, but because they don't, the 38 women who died during the war, which at the top left, this is a picture of a WASP newsletter. So Jane Chamberlain was one of the WASP trainees who died in an accident with her instructor, who's listed up here, Henry Aubrey. So they were in an accident on the base at Sweetwater, and they both died in this accident. And so what the WASP did was very similar practice to men, where a lot of men's units during World War II, especially at particular bases, they would have newsletters for themselves. So it was just created by them, for them. There's not like pay involved, but there's also not censorship involved. And so the women would publish memoriams for the instructors and the WASP who died. They also published in memoriams for men who died overseas as well, like specific men, but sometimes they would just list a particular battle, a particular operation, and would say, we want to remember these men who died like in service to our country. And so they would incorporate that. Just like male pilots, they also had songs that they would sing. Other men's units did this too during the war. So they had songs that they would sing that they would take popular songs, like children's songs, and then rewrite the lyrics, and then they would sing them. So men often did this during training. The WASP did the same. From the picture on the bottom right, this is one of the memorial services that they have every year in Sweetwater, Texas, when the WASP meet for reunions, which at this point now, sadly, there are not WASP who are able to make it out to Sweetwater for their reunions. But at the time, when they were able to, they would meet and have a memorial service each year for the 38 who died during the war and who very much were on their minds in the decades after World War II. So if you even think of pop culture, things like Top Gun, right? When pilots lose each other, like in accidents or whatever the case might be, it's a traumatic thing that you have to try to work through. And so women would try to do this through their memoriams. Sometimes they would also, there were some WASP who during a time of leave would go into Mexico because the border was open at the time, and they bought a bottle of tequila that they said they were going to drink when they graduated. And so they also bought some sombreros, they said. So, they come back, they end up graduating training, but one of the women in their class, she died, who was on this trip with them. And so when her parents came to the graduation, the WASP said, we hid the tequila from them because we weren't sure how they'd feel about that, but we gave them the other souvenirs. And then later that night after graduation, we each took a shot in her memory. So they did things just, like men did, right, to kind of grieve the loss. Some women had superstitions, just like male pilots did. They would do certain things or bring certain things with them before they got in the aircraft in the hopes that that would keep them safe. So they would have certain rituals. If you've seen Masters of the Air, you've seen this practiced, right? And so it was very much the same for these women as well. There was one woman in particular who I interviewed, Shootsy Reynolds, who is from Connellsville, Pennsylvania, and she said, for example, that she saw the results of one aircraft accident one time and then decided never again was she going to look at an accident site because she said it was too demoralizing, and she said it was harder to get in the aircraft after that, and so she didn't want to look at accident sites anymore. All right, so 1944. In 1944, the WASP bill is the last one of the women's units to go before Congress. So when it goes before Congress, Congress is going to debate it just like they did the women in the Army, Marines, etc. Top Air Force officials like General Arnold, but also Secretary of War Henry Stimson and other government officials testified before Congress and said, hey, we've spent a lot of taxpayer money on this. These women are successful. They've proved a successful experiment. They're able to fly. We've trained them just like you have with other women's units. Please give them military status. Kind of assuming that it was going to be a straightforward process like it was with the others. 1944, I have this sort of like timeline kind of thing up here for you. 1944 was a unique moment because that civilian pilot training program that I mentioned, it shut down in 1944 as this bill was going before Congress. So the program had been renamed the CAA-WTS, which you can see here, the Civil Aeronautics Administration War Training Service. That program had a lot of male instructors in it who had a draft deferment. They were not, subject to the draft because of their home front service as instructors. What these men did whenever the program shuts down and the bill goes before Congress is they actually testified before Congress and tapped into some of these like stereotypical fears that people had during World War II and said, these women, these WASP, are taking jobs from as male flight instructors. We should be flying, B-29s, B-51s for the Army Air Force. It shouldn't be women. Arnold and Stimson, again, testify. Arnold in particular is okay, please don't listen to these men because they're actually not qualified because of height, age, eyesight, etc. He's like, that's actually how they ended up being instructors in this program. So they're not actually eligible even to be pilots for the Army Air Force. So this, kind of ignore what they're saying, basically. Congress agrees to disagree, and many of the representatives listen to these voices and are like, oh, men are taking women's jobs, or women are taking men's jobs. We have to think about this. So the political cartoon on the right represents this. So this is a male instructor, represented here, right, who sold his war training service pilot instructor uniform to this shop and has purchased women's clothing, right? He's wearing a skirt, etc. And he's off to get a job in the Army Air Force, as it says at the top. So there's this media campaign that comes out against the WASP where many media publications say very similar things to this cartoon. They say, again, lots of headlines about women taking men's jobs. They also had other publications that I wanted to just kind of direct your attention to in terms of themes for what they're showing in this era. So one of the other things was there was a journalist in particular who kept calling the WASP a lipstick squadron and was trying to undermine their professionalism through his use of this phrase. He did not talk about the WASP losing their lives or the dangerous target towing or the things that they were doing professionally. Instead, what he just emphasized was these women have done a nice service and everything, but now we need to let men take their place, okay? So I use this Life magazine article because this is actually before the WASP bill. This is in July 1943. This is one of the WASP who's on the cover. I think, so what I say way more extensively in my book that I can only say in brief here is that the media portrayal of the WASP, because so many things were censored in terms of what they could or could not publish about these women because of, the Cochrane and Arnold's fears about media campaigns and slurs, they wanted to make sure that the women were not doing anything that was too controversial in media publications. So this Life magazine article, which it's open copyright, you can look at it for free online, the entire issue. There are several photographs of the WASP, but I picked two that kind of represent what happens in this article. So when you look at the pictures of the article, because we all know not everybody reads the articles, right? The pictures show the WASP almost entirely at leisure. So they're sitting, drinking a Coca-Cola, they're writing a letter home, they're sunbathing, right? With the military trucks and planes in the background, right? This was a very small blip. There were very small moments of leisure during training, right? Same with men. but this is what Life magazine chose to publish predominantly, was Women at Leisure. The woman on the cover, what I found really fascinating was their records still exist, from the journalist in terms of why they selected this WASP, Shirley Slade, to be on the front. They said that they picked her because she was the most beautiful woman on base, according to these journalists, subjective, I realize, but who they thought was the most beautiful. And they said that they told her to put her hair in these braids and to put these bows in her hair. So she was basically specifically styled and selected because of her appearance. And so the intention behind this, article, while yes, it was telling the American public, this is, wide subscription numbers across the US, it's telling them about the WASP, it's also giving them this kind of lighthearted, not professional image of them at the same time. Because when you talk to the WASP, and also when you read their records and look at their pictures, there are no WASP walking around with, first of all, bows in their hair. Second of all, their hair down like this, right? You keep your hair up in like a turban or netting because of you're flying planes. Your hair is not blowing everywhere, right? And so there's all these very specific things that they're doing with the media coverage. There was also this really terrible 1944 Hollywood movie that came out that was called Ladies Courageous, that portrayed women that they called WASP, who were flirting with men and crashing government planes. So the whole movie was about this major love triangle and this woman who kept flirting with everybody and crashing her plane. And there's no record of that happening. You can look at all the accident reports. It's not a thing. And so anyway, it is what it is, but that tells you why when Congress is debating it, Congress mentions that movie, which I think is fascinating because it kind of is like Congress now, right? Where it's just like everyday people ingesting media and then talking about it on the floor of Congress, right? So they talk about this Hollywood movie and like, oh, but didn't you see the movie about them? And like all this other stuff. Okay. So Congress votes no, we're not going to give them military status. And so there is WASP. She's not related to the famous Disney family, but her last name is Disney. So this WASP in particular says this about not getting military status. So she said, I most certainly did expect to be militarized, and I was most disappointed when we were disbanded. I did not join, train, and serve to become anything other than a pilot, and I wanted the opportunity to continue to serve in an airborne capacity. And I love the last part because she said, I never flew an airplane that asked if I were a Mr. or a Mrs. or a Ms. Because there are women pilots today who've used very similar quotes when asked about their capabilities, who say, I've never gotten in a plane that cared who I was, like as an individual, right? The plane wanted me to handle it, like, right? And so these women are disappointed and devastated. Arnold announces, we didn't get military status. So December 20th, 1944, this year is the 80th anniversary of that, right? It's shut down. And so these women are left without military service, but also without, aviation jobs after the war. It's very difficult to find jobs to be in aviation or involved in aviation. So what they do is very similar to what other units do post any war or conflict, is they hold reunions. So I picked 4 photos from 4 different reunions to kind of show you them over time. The WASP would meet for yearly reunions at a national level, but also sometimes a local level. And they would reminisce about the war, right? In some of the early years, starting like 1948, they actually have discussions amongst themselves that they keep notes of what meeting minutes, right, of what they discuss. And in these minutes, they say, like, we really want to honor the 38 somehow who died because we just think it's such a tragedy that they didn't get to have their recognition. Some of the WASP are also disappointed at the end of the war because unlike women in the Navy, Marines, etc., they don't have access to the GI Bill, right? They don't have access to health benefits. They had the weirdest civilian insurance during the war. There were women who were trying, you know how you fight with insurance? Women were trying, there was one woman who flew a cargo plane full of men who had come back from the hump, specifically in the China-Burma India theater. These men, one of them had some sort of fungal ear infection that he picked up in the jungle. One of the women got that ear infection and had to fight with her insurance company because what kind of a situation is that, right? Where you're getting, it like didn't make sense to them and they couldn't compute it. So women also talk about these things too, right? So eventually they decide, okay, we need to have a serious, concerted, organized effort to try to get military status. So two men who help them with their political connections are Senator Barry Goldwater, who you see seated here, and on the right is Colonel Bruce Arnold, who was General Hap Arnold's son. So he, in particular, knew very well about his father's wishes for this to be militarized and was like, yeah, this is an easy yes for me to help you try to get this. Barry Goldwater is really interesting because in the 1970s, he did not want women to enter the service academies, and he also didn't want women to enter combat aviation. But he thought that, so he's, voting in these specific ways. At the same time, he says, oh, the WASP obviously should get military status, and any man who votes against this is a quote-unquote male chauvinist, using the language of women's liberation at the time, and said, this is an obvious yes. Barry Goldwater served alongside the WASP. He was stationed with some of them at Newcastle Army Air Force Base in Delaware, and so he knew firsthand that they were who they were, right? And so he's like, I don't have any question in my mind that they were military, so obviously I'm going to help them get this. So these men used their political connections to help the WASP. It was not an easy battle, actually. So when you read the congressional records, in the 1970s, Congress is debating whether or not these women deserve military status. So there are some men who testify before Congress who say, I don't think these women should get military status because a veteran is male. And he even specifically said a veteran is a combat male, which is, as we know, not the majority, right? And so he's like, this is who a veteran is. Then you have the national headquarters of the American Legion, the national headquarters of the VFW, who come before Congress and say, they're literally like reading out of a Webster's dictionary the definition of a term veteran, which doesn't say men or women in it, by the way. It just says service to your country. But they say, based on our definitions and our understanding of this, the WASP were not veterans. They weren't military. And if you give them this term, it will forever denigrate the term. And so they put a lot of heavy weight into this. If you're in a VFW or American Legion, please don't be offended, because local chapters actually of these two organizations supported the WASP. So I found numerous local chapters that disagreed with the national headquarters decision. So it was an interesting struggle. The Combat Pilots Association, the Air Force Association, all these other ones related to pilots and combat specifically, all testified before Congress that the WASP should be militarized. And so there was this battle and debate. In the end, the WASP got veteran status in 1977. When it's being debated in Congress, I put 1973 on here because women are admitted to pilot training for the Navy, right? And then eventually, short after, the Army and the Air Force. The Marines waits until the 90s. But for the Coast Guard and Army, Navy, etc., they are giving women military status or pilot status. And so when women are flying planes in 1973, a lot of media publications headlines say, this is the first time women are flying military planes. So the WASP are horrified because they're like, well, first of all, we're fighting in Congress right now to try to get military status, but also we did fly military planes, and so hello, we still exist, right? In 2010, they received a Congressional Gold Medal, which this is a picture of the medal and from that ceremony. And so they do get this other recognition later. But there was one final thing that I wanted to tell you about in terms of the WASP having to struggle or fight for their veteran status. So I kind of provocatively put on here who is a veteran surrounding this story of Elaine Danforth Harmon, who is one of the WASP. So what happens is the WASP get veteran status in 1977. When they go to their to the VA to try to get benefits after they get their DD-214s, etc., some of the WASP are turned away because of misunderstandings of paperwork. And so there's a bunch of different things that I talk about in my book that have to happen to get them rights. But the next big thing that happens is in 2015 when WASP Elaine Danforth Harmon passes away. So I had actually interviewed her 3 years before this, and when I interviewed her, she had said that she was really proud of her military service. She came from a military family, like men in her family had all served, her husband served, and she was really excited to be interned at Arlington National Cemetery because, in 1977, that eventually, opens up that right for you. And so she's like, I'm really proud of my service. When I pass away, I'm going to be interned there, and I'm really proud of it. So in 2015, I read this news article in the newspaper about how Elaine's family had applied for her application to Arlington National Cemetery and had been denied. Because a couple months before she passed away, the Secretary of the Army had issued a memo saying, we're running out of room at Arlington, so we need to limit who's going to be interned there. And of the people we want to limit, the WASP are no longer going to be interned here. And her family obviously did not know about this, right? So her granddaughter, who I had met her granddaughter and her daughter through like reunions, but also because I interviewed their grandma mom, right? They were like, we at first thought, because her granddaughter, Erin Miller, who wrote a book about this experience, said, I'm, not sure what to do here as an attorney. I think we're just maybe going to file a lawsuit or something. We haven't decided. But then what she realizes is if we do that, that means any other WASP who die won't get to be interned there. So what we want to do is we actually realize we need legislation. So there was Martha McSally, a combat pilot, like veteran herself, right? She led this before Congress. Long story short, you miraculously, unanimously passes Congress. So I say miraculously because it was unanimous. So it passes Congress unanimously. The WASP can now be interned at Arlington National Cemetery. And so this is a picture of her daughter receiving her flag in 2016. So this is her service. So with that, I just want to conclude and say that, women in history have tried to get their veteran status recognized, right? Because even today's female veterans say sometimes when they go to the VA, they're told, oh, well, where's your husband's service? And it's like, no, it's my service, right? And so how this relates to these larger issues of women fitting into these military spaces, but also being seen and perceived as veterans in the American public. So I am leaving you with a picture from a WASP reunion that I attended where they're singing one of their songs, which is why I captured it from the side here. But I would love to answer any questions that you have about the WASP program, about women pilots, any of the things.
Thank you very much, Dr. Myers. We do have a mobile microphone now for questions, so if anybody has questions, please do feel free to ask.
Thank you. I don't know if I need a mic. Right, so my understanding, or this question's about Hap Arnold. My understanding was that he was very adamant about defending the reputation of women in the service, specifically when it came to the slander campaign, having zero tolerance towards it, whereas other branches not so much. I'm curious if you could speak more about his attitude towards women in the service.
Yeah, Arnold was really interesting because, like I'd said at first, he was like, I didn't know if women would be able to handle military aircraft. But as soon as the WASP proved successful, literally as soon as those first trainees prove that they're successful, he is an all-out advocate for women in the Army Air Force and is fully convinced that they're going to be integrated as a part of it. There's not a question in his mind. He is also friends with Jackie Cochran, who's director of this program. I think that friendship and his respect in the pilot community, right, among men and women, also helps make that possible. But yes, he actively speaks out numerous times in his busy World War II schedule, right, to say, like, we want these women to get military status. Will you please stop listening to rumors circulating in the media? He really tries to push, like, the taxpayer issue. He tries to use his position as, in an authoritarian governmental position, right, to be like, hey, as my role in the military, you should take me seriously, and my voice should have weight and meaning to it, that these women are just as equipped, but also we want them. And yet, crazily to me, he's ignored. Yeah.
In the back. I'm going to go back here, sir, and then up front.
How many veterans did you interview for your book, and did they have any common traits that stood out to you, being, veterans?
Yeah, I love that question. So I actually had more interviews that I read than I took. So by the time I was interviewing them, they were in their mid to late 90s. So I was able to interview 38 of them, which is not a lot, but was significant to me at the time. Was Marty Weil was actually my very first one. I met her grandson on an airplane, and she thought that was the coolest story ever. But there are hundreds of interviews that have been done, in particular by Texas Women's University, but NASA also did a lot. So I read every interview I could possibly find anywhere, so I read hundreds of interviews. The common themes that I saw were that really stuck out to me were this love of flight and aviation, like just how in pilot nerdy they were, right? But also just how military minded they were, like professionals. Like they were, all of them, because I kind of expected for World War II, maybe some of them were just in it because they really like to fly, right? But it seemed like for the most part, the majority of them were like, yes, I was in it to fly, but I also wanted a military career. Like I saw myself in this career capacity. And I found that really interesting. I also found it interesting because they all had origin stories of how they got involved with flight. And for a lot of them, they said, well, the expectation for me was to be a nurse or a doctor, or sorry, not a doctor, a nurse or a secretary. When I tried to major in biology, I was told, you know, you're going to have a husband and kids someday. You shouldn't major in biology. And so a lot of them had very strong personalities, which is why I think they were able to live as long as they did, is because they were very like stubborn, honestly, and were like, no, I don't want to do any of those things. It doesn't sound fun. I want to do this. And so they had to not just persevere with your military career, but to try to get those initial flying hours because it was expensive. There were lots of sacrifices you had to make. They were very like driven in their sense of this is what I want to do.
Hi, I just want to say I was glad you brought up the thing about the B-29s and the Widowmakers, but I think it was actually the B-26 where they were most important because those were scary planes to fly. They had a high stall speed and to land them at a very high speed. And the Air Force cadets were just really reluctant to fly them until the women started bringing them to bases. It was really cool.
Yeah, I almost included a picture of the with the demonstrations with the B-26 because of like the headlines that were underneath it. But what I think is interesting about what you're saying as well is there was an additional slang term, whatever we want to say, phrase used for the B-26 because of what you're saying, and that was a flying prostitute because they said it had no support. And so there was like, this is, you know, they're taking this very like seriously, and you're exactly right. So yeah.
Any additional questions?
Who ferried the planes over the Atlantic?
Yeah, so sometimes they were on aircraft carriers, but anytime it was going over the Atlantic or the Pacific, it was flown by men. So male pilots are flying it or they're going on aircraft carriers. Yeah. There was a chance for two WASP. This was kind of going back to your Arnold question. There were two WASP, Nancy Love and another pilot, Teresa James, who were going to get the opportunity to ferry a plane across the Atlantic to Britain because women were flying from all over the world in Britain for the British Air Transport Auxiliary. Women from African countries, from South American countries, literally all over the place were flying for Britain. And so it was seen as like, oh, we'll just have them ferried across the Atlantic. They're not even going to be in combat. They're not even going to be ferrying it over the channel like these women are doing for the British Air Transport Auxiliary. And so there was a planned flight that was canceled at the very last minute because Arnold had gotten wind that the media was planning on publishing about this, and he was worried that there was going to be some sort of campaign smear against the WASP. It was just like a fear. So sadly, they did not get to do that.
Did you come across any in your research, any opinion that did President Eisenhower have any opinion on the WASP program and them being denied veteran status?
That's a good question. I have not. The thing that I ran across though, so Eisenhower post World War II was actually friends with Jackie Cochran, like Cochran and her husband and Eisenhower, right, and Mamie. But I haven't found anything from the wartime. I think it's because he was too busy with 5,000 other things, but it's a really great question. I've just never found anything. But her records are now housed at his library, so I think that also speaks to his respect for her as like a professional, that her literal like archival collection is housed there. Oh, there's one in the very back too. Yeah.
Did any of them eventually circle back to an interest with aviation and, get back into anything with that?
Yeah, some of them did. So some of them were able to fly cargo planes for private companies. No commercial aviation, no large corporations, but there were some private companies. So there was a woman in particular who made some cargo plane runs to South America for a decade and did that. A lot of women were flight instructors of just small civilian aircraft at their local planes. Some WASP were able to, in the 50s and 60s, some of them in the years before they had kids would come together and buy a plane together and then share it among their friends. But a lot of them it was just for fun, or they do an air show sometimes. It wasn't a full-time career, something that they could make into a career. I will say for Jackie Cochran though, the other reason why someone should make a movie about her someday is because she actually invested her own money into training women for NASA for astronaut training in the 60s. And so she paid basically with the money that she had from herself, from her company that she was a millionaire from, and she also had a billionaire husband. And so she used all these monies basically to pay for this. Those women were not WASP, but they'd been inspired by the WASP. So it's kind of like a connection in that way.
I assume if you had found proof that you would have put it in the book, but do you think that Arnold being so cautious about public perception had anything to do with the WASPs not being given veteran status?
Yeah, so I argue that I don't have one reason why the bill didn't pass through Congress, but I do argue that I think that played a role unintentionally because it was so censored, there were just so few things they could show the WASP doing, and I think that had the unintended consequence of shaping public perception.
As a matter of curiosity, what ignited your personal interest in this topic?
Yeah, so Dr. John McManus, who spoke before me in the tent, was a professor at the university that I went to for undergrad. It's now called the Missouri University of Science and Technology. And when I was at that university, we were doing a final, sort of the version of a senior's thesis project. And I was trying to decide what to do mine on because I was struggling to come up with topics. And I found this story of the WASP, and I was really outraged because I was like, why didn't they get military status? This story doesn't make sense to me, right? And so there was this website where you could email a WASP and they would respond back to you. And so my, 22-year-old self that doesn't know much about this at all was emailing these poor women. And they responded back to me and were like, oh, here are some thoughts that we have, whatever. And so that really got me hooked in it because I was like, oh, I get to talk to people who actually were a part of this history, which was exciting for me. And then I also was just really interested in women's history anyway. And so women pilots in particular for this time period, I just thought, so it sounded so fascinating. Because the only pilot at that point I knew was Amelia Earhart. And then I learned that there's women who accomplished a lot of other things like Jackie Cochran that we don't even know about. And so it kind of hooked me that way. Yeah.
Many years ago, I had the opportunity to meet a number of WASPs at the Reading Air Show. And one of them was Shootsy, who nice. I lived not far from her. And so I got to spend some time with Shootsy, and she was a jewelry maker.
Yeah.
So she made some rings, things that were wings. And I got a WASP hat pattern from one of them. So we were able to recreate the hat. What I was curious about is the types of, did they go into professions? These were ladies with chutzpah. That's the way I see them, They were daredevils. I never flew because I reenacted as a WASP, but I never flew. But I did get a motorcycle, so I sort of felt like one of them, in my own way. But they were ladies that pushed the envelope, literally and figuratively. But do you know of any other, did they go into professions because of the era that it was, or did they go back to, not being able to have jobs, go back to being like homemakers?
I want to take a moment for Shootsy, just because you mentioned her, because I interviewed her when she was towards the end of her life. It was literally a year before she passed away. I don't remember her exact age in this moment, but I could get it for you. When I interviewed her, I was expecting to be 2 hours because most World War II interviews that I do with veterans from that time period in their late 90s is their capacity is about 2 hours, which fair because sometimes that's all my capacity is too, right? So I go and I get there, and she is like, I've had a lot of people interview me about the WASP, so I'm gonna need to know what you know. So she proceeds to interrogate me with like all these questions, and then I pass her test because she's like, okay, you know enough, you can interview me. And I interview her for 8 hours. I had to tell her to take breaks. I was like, I think we need a break. Like, I need a break. Can I get some water? Like, it was so long. And then at the end, it's like, it will probably make me cry, but she had made these replica wasp wings into rings, and she gave me one, which is like, so I love that you have a memento for her as well. It's really special. Yes, so the women in terms of, and also I love that it's so expensive to get your pilot's license too, that I have never learned tragically, because it's like, I can't afford that, that's fine. So the professions that they went into are just so diverse that it's hard to sum up in like a couple sentences, because there were women who pursued advanced degrees after World War II, which again is still pretty early for a lot of women, right? Getting your like master's or sometimes even your PhD in a field. There were also women who, like Shutzi, carved their own path and were like, I'm really interested in a lot of different things. And so they came up with like different career paths for themselves, or were involved with art and jewelry making, right? Or it kind of depended, but I would say that the basis of it is like resilience in trying to carve out a space for you. You've just had this early moment in your life, right, to make a big career pivot. So what am I going to do now, right? And so I think that it speaks to their resilience that so many of them were able to carve paths for themselves. I also think it speaks to just, human life in general. Lots of times we're told, like, you must know what you want to do when you're 18 years old. And then you must have achieved all your career accomplishments by the time you're 40 or 45. And it's like some people don't even get their careers till they're 55. And so it's like, I think that their story kind of speaks to that, in the sense that they were willing and ready to like pivot and be resilient and find their own like path and what they wanted to do.
Fanny Flagg's book, are you familiar? Mm-hmm. Can you make any comments about that? How accurate is it, or?
Okay, so first I thought you were actually saying a different name. Is this isn't the memoir that was done by the last name Stagg?
About the all ladies, girls service station last reunion.
Oh, I haven't read that.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to look it up. I'm sorry. I have my card, so if you want to email me, I can tell you after I've read it. But yeah, I have not.
Were there any other questions for Dr. Myers? All right. Well, again, thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon. Our next talk will be at 1 p.m. And please join Dr. Myers at the Gettysburg National Military Visitor Center at 3 p.m. for a book signing as well. And we will see you all back here at 1 o'clock for our next talk.
First off, thank you everyone for your patience with that delay. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Our third speaker this afternoon, and welcome once again to Eisenhower National Historic Site. Our third speaker this afternoon is Kevin Hymel. He has got, let's see here, Patton moves north, December 22nd through 26th, 1944. So this is a Patton talk, going to be a good one here. When the Germans launched their Ardennes offensive on December 15th, 1944, Lieutenant General George S. Patton reoriented part of the 3rd Army north and attacked, reeling the Germans back. His dual offensives at Bastogne in Belgium and Eternacht in Luxembourg, which I apologize if I butchered that, helped defeat the German drive. Kevin Hymel will follow the actions of the origins of the German attack to the Patton's triumph on December 25th, 1944. He will also debunk a few myths about Patton along the way. Kevin Hymel is a historian for Arlington National Cemetery, where he records events, ceremonies, and funeral services for future record. He is also a historian and tour guide for Stephen Ambrose Historical Tours and leads World War II European tours on D-Day and General George S. Patton's battlefields. He is the author of several books, including Patton's War, An American General's Combat Leadership, Volumes 1 and 2, Patton's Photographs, and Patton, Legendary World War II Commander. He has served as the research director and writer for World War II History and World War II Quarterly magazines. His article, Fighting a Two-Front War, is being made into a Netflix movie entitled 6,888, written and directed by Tyler Parry. Mr. Hymel has a technical advisor, or is a technical advisor for the film, and Mr. Hymel is also a former historian for the U.S. Army's Combat Studies Institute. He has appeared for the History Channel, the American Heroes Channel, the Science Channel, C-SPAN, and Book TV, speaking about General Patton and military history. He holds a master's degree in American history from Villanova University. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
No problem. Be fantastic. Hey everybody, how's everybody doing this? Long time no see, right? I was the guy standing right over there. So I'm going to talk to you about General George S. Patton in the Battle of the Bulge. Has anybody seen the movie Patton? All right, okay. You remember in the movie when he, oh, we got a veteran in the back there. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm really nervous.
He's going to check you now.
Please let me know what I get wrong, sir. So you know, remember in the movie how he's kind of walking around with maps, and he says, you know, the Germans haven't launched a winter offensive since Frederick the Great, therefore it's what I predict they're going to do. So a lot of historians have made reference to Patton's sort of prophetic abilities to predict the Battle of the Bulge. I'm going to now punch a big hole in that. Where that comes from, this idea that Patton predicted the Battle of the Bulge, and I'm going to point it out for those in you back who can't see it. This is Patton's diary transcribed by his wife for November 25th, 1944. And you can see it's got this line, "Furthermore, the First Army is making a terrible mistake by leaving 8th Corps static, as it is highly probable the Germans are building up east of them." Pretty smart, huh? You see the number 1 in the margin? If you go to the bottom of the page, for us historians who aren't smart, it says it was opposite 8th Corps that von Rundstedt broke through 21 days later. My God, George S. Patton has predicted the Battle of the Bulge. So, when I was writing my book, excited to write about this part, I actually looked into Patton's handwritten diary, and you know what? That sentence is not there. Okay? Now, Patton did write a sentence like that. However, he wrote it on December 27th, which is the day after he relieved Bastogne. And if you look towards the bottom, you can see 8th Corps. And he says, you know, the 8th Corps was static, and right at the bottom there. So what his wife did is she took that sentence from December 27th and moved it back to November 1944, November 25th. So Patton, for as much as a military genius that he is on the battlefield, was not a prophet. Okay? A lot of his corps commanders thought he had this amazing sixth sense for war because he was reading the enemy transcripts through what was called Ultra. And while major commanders all had access to this, Patton kind of cheated. He had his staff, his Ultra staff, draw up little hand-sized maps. And he would take them to his corps command, and they were like, "Sir, you can't take the information out of this tent." He goes, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." So he would go to his corps commanders and division commanders and say, you know what, I think the Germans might attack up there, their defenses are weak. And they're like, whoa, he's a genius. He knew how to read the cards, okay? So another element in Patton's prediction of the Bulge is supposedly his G2, his intelligence officer, Oscar Koch, saw this buildup in Trier, and oh my gosh, the Germans could attack. And so I was fascinated by this, that his intelligence officer is so good that he's predicting all this stuff. Well, I went to the G2 intelligence reports at the National Archives, and every day's report is about 26 pages long. Nobody reads that every day, okay? what they do is they read the conclusion. So the conclusion of every intelligence report that Patton read from November 25th to December 16th, the day the Germans launched the attack, concluded by saying the enemy is capable of defending and delaying, and going into the Siegfried line. The enemy is capable of doing local counterattacks. The enemy is capable of withdrawing, and the enemy is capable of reinforcing. Okay, nowhere in there does it say the enemy is capable of launching a two-army armored attack at the American army, and then it has sort of like a conclusion of which ones they think are most probable. They repeat that every day. In fact, they don't actually repeat it. They actually go with, you see the bottom, it says, see U.S. Army G2 periodic report for December 14th. So they got so tired of repeating it, they just said, see what we wrote yesterday. Okay, so that's what Patton's intelligence report told him on December 16th, that all was well. Okay? Last one real quick. Another thing that my mentor, Martin Blumenson, said is Patton was going to move his headquarters to a place called St. Avold, and he held off doing it. And Blumenson said, well, this is obvious evidence that Patton knew something was up and didn't want to move his headquarters. I'm like, oh, okay, there's good evidence. And then I did some research. The reason he didn't move in, his staff drove into the town. They were picking out buildings to move the headquarters into, and they saw this one on top of a hill. They said, that is an ideal building. The Germans put delayed fuse bombs in all the buildings as they pulled back. That is why George Patton did not transfer his headquarters, okay? So December 16th, 1944, the Germans do launch this very large offensive, now known as the Battle of the Bulge. I want to just notice two things here. Let me see if I get this laser. No one has a cat, right? Because I don't want a cat jumping all over. Okay, I'm going to use my hand. See this? These are the shoulders of the bulge, all right? I'm going to come back to that, so remember shoulders. They launched this attack. Next slide, please. Using major armor. Now, in Patton's theater, they really don't use Tiger tanks or any tanks. They're using what are called Hetzers, which are just mobile artillery. The German 7th commander, when they were planning this, said, hey, I'm the guy facing Patton. He's going to react faster than anybody else. And they said, well, don't worry. We're going to give you a whole armored division to fight him off. And they didn't. So, and they were predicting him to turn things around in 3 days, by the way. So the person that really gets hit in the teeth is Troy Middleton, okay? He's a corps commander. Now, a corps is when you have several divisions. So you need a commander over that. And then when you have a few corps, that's an army, that's Patton. And then when you have a few armies, that's an army group, that's Omar Bradley. So he's the one that really absorbs a lot of this in the southern part of the bulge. And he is just racing units kind of into fire, trying to stall the Germans while we kind of come up with a counterattack plan and everything. So he's kind of breaking up armored divisions and sending them into the maw. When Eisenhower finds out about this attack, he really understands what's happening. And he orders Patton's 10th Armored Division under a commander named Morris to go north. And then the 7th Armored Division in the north to come south to start pinching it off. And he's going to send his 2 airborne divisions that are in reserve into this fight. Now, when Eisenhower tells Omar Bradley, tell Patton, move Morris's 10th Armored north, Bradley says, Patton's not going to like that. And Eisenhower says, tell him Ike's running the damn war. And so to me, this is really Eisenhower getting this, getting a grip on this campaign. When Patton hears about it, he complains. He doesn't want to give up 10th Armored. He thinks that Middleton is panicking, that this is just a minor attack. He contacts his other division commanders, the 4th Armored Division, the 35th Infantry, and says, guys, start heading south. I don't want to get caught up in this mess up north. So if Patton predicted the bulge, why is he running away from it, And so what happens is he calls Walton Walker, another one of his corps commanders, and says, I think Middleton's panicking. Go over and check out what he's dealing with. And Walker calls him back later in the day and says, no, it's much worse than we even imagine. And so with that, Patton starts to realize, okay, you know what? I'm not moving units south. I'm going to keep them in place. We'll figure out what's going on. And then, what do we got next? There's the 101st Airborne moving into Bastogne. And so what Patton's going to do is he's going to eventually meet with Middleton and kind of chew him out and say, what are you doing these guys are going to get surrounded, and Middleton has to show them on the map that 7 roads go in and out of Bastogne. And Patton says, you know what, you're right. So Patton was magnanimous enough. He did appreciate his corps commanders underneath him. The 101st is not going to be under its commander, General Taylor. It's going to be the artillery commander, Anthony McCullough, because Taylor's been sent home. So he's really going to be in charge of this large endeavor. Now, Patton is going to go to Bradley's headquarters in Luxembourg City on December 18th. And basically, Bradley leads him in, and he's got a big map, and he pulls the curtain back, and Patton is shocked. He can't believe how big this campaign is. Now, the Germans at this point had not gotten a lot of depth into their attack, and this is an actual map for U.S. Army, but he could see how wide the attack was, and that's what really panicked him, that the Germans were capable of such a wide attack. Not worried about how deep it was, but just how wide it is. And Bradley, he hadn't slept the night before. He goes, where did this guy get all these troops? And he turns to Patton and he says, George, what can you do? And to Patton's credit, he doesn't hesitate. I can move 4th Armored up north. I can, move 35th Infantry, 5th Infantry, and just starts listing all the units that he can take out of the line and head north. Now, the reason for that, let me see what the next map is. Now, we'll get to that in a second. I don't really have a map for this, so I'll just say Patton basically has 2 corps that are fighting, okay? In the north is Walker, in the south is got General Eddy, Manton-Eddy. He's got another corps in the rear, 3rd Corps, under a new commander named Milliken, John Milliken. And Patton's plan is to have his 2 corps break out like this and have Middleton drive up the middle, hence his name. And so what Patton's realizing is, I've got this corps in the rear, I can just turn it north. That's the simple maneuver. And so that's what he's going to do. That's going to be the troops that are going to relieve Bastogne. So Bradley says, we're going to have a meeting tomorrow in Verdun with General Eisenhower to go over the whole situation. Patton drives back to his headquarters in Nancy, very far south, and he tells his staff, everybody get a good night's rest. He doesn't tell them about anything because in his logic, he doesn't want his staff up all night figuring this out. They're going to exhaust themselves. So the next morning he holds a meeting and he says, we've got this huge German attack. I need 3 options on how to counterattack it. And what they come up with is they can either pinch it off from the base, attack towards Bastogne, or hit it on the nose. And he assigns each one of those ideas a code word, nickel, dime, cent. So he says, all I'll have to do after they come back from this meeting with Eisenhower is pick up the phone and say nickel, dime, or cent, and this will tell my staff what to do. So with that, he heads to Verdun. This building took me forever to find. All of the locals did not know where Bradley's headquarters in Verdun was. I actually found photographs of it in the National Archives and was lucky enough that a woman at the Tourism Bureau, her father was stationed here. This is a French barracks. If you look to the far left, sorry about my dyslexia, you can see an American tank there. And that's how you can always kind of spot something that has World War II significance. They'll always have an American vehicle all over France and Germany, not Germany, but France, Belgium, Luxembourg, and England. In Germany, they're still there. So they're going to hold this meeting, and Eisenhower asks for options, and Patton says, I can take an entire corps and drive north in 48 hours. And everybody goes, except Eisenhower. It says, I'm not buying that. That is not making any sense. You're gonna go up there in what are called penny packets. You're not gonna be able to attack with strength. And he says, well, if you give me another day, I can go with 2 corps. And so Eisenhower says, yes, so it isn't 48 hours. It's 3 days that Patton's going to turn this army around. That's another myth from the movie. And so what are we going to do here? So there's Eisenhower, Patton, and Bradley, in case none of you knew what they look like. This is General Strong, Eisenhower's intelligence officer. And so he kind of briefs everybody about what's going on in Bastogne. And really, the feeling there before Patton speaks up is, let's just wait for the weather to clear so we can get planes in, see what's going on, and fight it. And Patton's the only one with a plan ready to go. And so when the meeting ends, he just gets on the phone and he says, nickel. and his whole staff knows what to do. Now, he's not going to return to Nancy. He's going to go into Luxembourg City, and he's going to spend the next 3 days driving around in a Jeep with a radio in the back with Sergeant Sims, his driver, with maps, coordinating this whole movement with his headquarters down in Nancy. In fact, when his headquarters troops make it up to Luxembourg City, he said, "You guys are the biggest waste of taxpayer money. Sims and I have been running this army from a Jeep for the last 3 days." And I got to tell you, the reading about the change with Patton's troops, they've been fighting what's called the Saarland. It was very rainy, very cold, very miserable. They get out of their foxholes, start marching north, kind of getting warm. Luxembourg City is under a cloud of fear of German attack. They had red, white, and blue bunting out in all the buildings when the Americans liberated them. When the Battle of the Bulge starts, all that bunting starts coming down. But when the troops of Third Army start crossing over these major bridges in the center of the city, it just changes the atmosphere. People are chanting, "Patton, Patton," in the streets. And Bradley's headquarters troops, who were burning documents, getting ready to get out of Luxembourg City, they said when all these guys just started coming in with the Third Army patch, it just brought us all great relief. So the mood has really changed because of this move that he's making. So these are the troops moving from the Saarland up into the Bulge area. And notice there's no snow, okay? It's not snowing in the early parts of the Battle of the Bulge. That's going to come later. Those are guys with the 80th Division under General McBride. They're going to be part of the drive to Bastogne. So this is actually a Third Army map showing him pulling his units out of the line. Now remember I said Walker was in the north, Eddy's in the south, Middleton's sort of in reserve. Patton's original plan is to have Walker's troops turn north. They're the closest. But what he realizes he can do, General Patch, the commander of 7th Army, is going to move his troops north. So Patton's going to actually take his most southern troops out of the line and turn them north. So it's a much more complicated maneuver, but it kind of makes sense because they can pull out and get backfilled by the 7th Army. And so you can see all those troops moving up. Now, if you look right here, now, during the meeting, so they talked about Bastogne and everything, but one thing Eisenhower is adamant about is shoulders, okay? He knows militarily if you can hold the shoulders of the Bulge, you're going to channel the Germans. They won't be able to expand. They won't be able to threaten you in different ways. And so one of the first assignments he wants to do is take a town called Etternacht. I don't want to fall off this thing. There it is, just north of Trier, okay? It's on the Saar River. And if he can take that, he's going to stabilize his front. And so he's going to move all his troops up, and the attack is going to go to Bastogne on December 23rd, so that's 3 days. Now he's got an armored division and 2 infantry to charge to Bastogne. He only has 1 infantry division and parts of the 10th Armored to get to Etternacht. But he launches the attack simultaneously. Well, the attack towards Bastogne goes off at 6:30 in the morning. The attack for Etternacht goes off at 12 noon. And Patton is really worried about that one because the 5th Infantry has been fighting a lot. They've been worn down. These other troops have kind of gotten refreshed as they make the move up. And the fighting for Etternacht is very intense. They start using a secret weapon we haven't used before called a proximity fuse artillery piece. So artillery hits the ground, blows up, or it can be preset. Well, these artillery shells use radar, so when they know that they're close to the ground, you can preset them. They explode in the air, so they're much more dangerous. And so the 5th Infantry troops are going to be fighting to get into Etternacht, and the Germans are trying to escape over a bridge. The artillery is so effective, the Germans run away from the bridge and back into Etternacht. And so Patton does launch the attack to Bastogne. It's roughly about 100 miles, maybe 75 to get up there. We're talking about McAuliffe is surrounded up there, right? December 23rd, 6:30 a.m., they launch the attack. 12:30 in Bastogne is when McAuliffe gets the notifications from the Germans to surrender. And he famously responds with one word. Yes. There you go. You guys get an A. But what people fail to calculate is he knows the relief is coming. He's in communication with Patton and Middleton through all of this. So I think it really reinforces his feelings like, no, we can do this. And unfortunately with George S. Patton, he's promising to relieve Bastogne in 24 hours, okay? That ain't going to happen. But through this entire drive, he's going to be telling guys, oh, I just talked to Eisenhower. I promised him we were going to take it in 3 hours. Hurry up. You know, kind of giving impossible orders. And it's kind of driving him crazy, too, because he's not sleeping. He's over-focused. And he's worried Eisenhower's going to fire him if he doesn't get to Bastogne fast. And in a way, the weight really is on Patton. Because if he fails to get to Bastogne, he's the only show in town. Omar Bradley was in command of 2 armies. One of them stuck on the northern part of the bulge, so Eisenhower gives First Army to Montgomery, the British field marshal. And so Bradley's basically commanding 1 army. But all the newspapers are Patton makes drive, Patton getting, pushing north. It really is all on him. So all the success and all the failure are going to be on George S. Patton. And at one point, Eisenhower calls him to check in, and Patton's like, please do not fire me, I'm trying. And Eisenhower, what are you talking about, George? As long as you're moving, I'm happy. So that's some of the tension that's going on for this drive. So the push has been on for 7 days. So now you can start seeing the snow. This is the 26th Infantry Division. And I'll tell you, what's really odd, they do a press blackout when the Germans attack. They're like, we got to deal with this. We don't want to be really super open what we're doing. It was very hard to find any photographs of the U.S. Army on these days. From December 16th to December 27th, the majority of photographs that you see from the Battle of the Bulge were taken in January. But this was the only photograph I could find of Patton's entire Third Army making that break, starting to head towards Bastogne. That's the 26th Infantry Division under Paul. The veteran hasn't shook his head yet, has he? Okay. All right, we're good. So here is Bastogne. The 4th Armored Division, it's under a guy named Hugh Gaffey. And he is trying to push north, obviously. And one of his combat commands, armored divisions, instead of having regiments, they have combat commands, Combat Command A, Combat Command B, and Combat Command R for reserve. And the theory was that you'd always have one in reserve you could change out in combat. It never really kind of went that way. The belief is that the main drive is going to get in because that's a paved road. And the unit had already bounced up to Bastogne and come back earlier, so they kind of know their turf. Well, they're going to run into a bunch of German mobile artillery that's going to stop them. And these are the guys that have been fighting around the clock 24 hours. They're exhausted. And everybody thinks that they're going to get in on December 24th. Doesn't work. And McAuliffe, now I know there's this big thing that the 101st didn't need to be relieved and all that stuff. I'm sure you've all heard those arguments. McAuliffe's communiques during this time period are, hurry up, please relieve us. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I mean, the Germans were really pounding. In fact, I've interviewed a number of 101st vets, and one of the medics I interviewed said that he and another medic were assigned to drive a truck around the perimeter of Bastogne, picking up all the dead bodies because McAuliffe didn't want the Germans to know how badly the casualties were on the American side. So that's just the intensity of the combat going on. So the main effort gets stopped, okay? Christmas Day comes and goes. On the 26th, an intelligence report comes in that the Germans are kind of flanking south to a town called Sabret, which is, and I'm not going to trip off the stage. No. Bing, okay? So, Combat Command R is heading to Sabret. The commander of the tank battalion is a guy named Craigton Abrams. Some nods, okay? And he gets to an intersection at Clochemont, and he looks up in the sky, and he sees planes flying over, bringing supplies into surrounded Bastogne. And he sees the parachutes start dropping out. He also sees planes dropping out of the sky as German anti-aircraft starts hitting them. And it pains him. And so he says, you know what? Instead of heading west to Sabret, why don't we just plow up this road and try to get into Bastogne? So I'm going to go back. He assigns this to a Lieutenant Bodges, and the main tank they're going to use is called a jumbo tank. And all this means is they've put extra layers of armor plating on the front. And the idea is this tank will absorb all the hits while the other ones maneuver. So there's a limited number of these. But he tells Bodges, he says, go get those boys in Bastogne. And with that, they head off. The tanks are going to head into a town called Assenois. That is the only town between where Abrams is and Bastogne is. So what they do is they call in an artillery strike on Eisenhower, and they've got an artillery guy in a jeep that as soon as the tanks get close and the half tracks full of armored infantry, they're going to call off the artillery and then they'll rush the town. Well, the Germans hit the jeep with the artillery guy in it. So the troops rush into a town that is being shelled, and it's just chaos, confusion. One of the soldiers, one of the armored infantrymen, will get out and knock out a number of German pillboxes and rescue guys from a burning half-track. His name, and I'm not kidding you, is Jimi Hendrix, and he will earn the Medal of Honor for that. Will never play guitar as well, but earns the Medal of Honor. And so fortunately a spotter plane is flying over and calls off the artillery. Now during all this confusion and fighting, 3 tanks and 2 half-tracks are making it out of the town when a telephone pole gets hit, blocking the road. Abrams is going to be one of the guys getting out of the tank trying to wrestle this thing out of the way. So the entire attack into Bastogne consists of 3 tanks and 2 half-tracks, all right? Bodge's orders are just to race into Bastogne, so they're firing machine guns into the woods to the left and the right. Don't stop and fight. Get to Bastogne. And they're going so quickly, there starts to be a distance between the armored personnel carriers and the tanks because there's so many infantry guys in these armored personnel carriers, or half-tracks. So when the first 3 tanks pass, the Germans run out and put landmines on the road, and one of the half-tracks hits one. So now the entire attack is 3 tanks and 1 personnel carrier, okay? They come up to a pillbox, and Bodge throws about 5 shells into it. They kill about, he says 20 Germans. I've been to the pillbox. It ain't fitting 20 Germans. But he sees over in this field 2 soldiers, and they're like handling a bazooka, and he's really worried. So he points the cannon at him, and he says, Lieutenant Bodges, 4th Armored Division, identify yourselves. They don't say anything. And he says, Lieutenant Bodges, 4th Armored Division, identify yourselves. And this one guy stands up, says, Corporal Miller, 101st Airborne, damn glad to see you. And with that, at right around 6 p.m., Bastogne is relieved. Okay? They're going to be escorted into McCullough's headquarters. He will say the same thing, damn glad to see you. The Germans will make small counterattacks, trying to relieve Bastogne, to break the corridor, unsuccessful. But the German division commander is like, once they got to Bastogne, we were done. We were spent. You know, they didn't have tanks to block Patton. And so that is Patton taking Bastogne. Now, I'm going to cheat and go backwards. We talked about Eternacht, right? So Patton, on December 26th, day after Christmas, he's waiting for reports on Bastogne, and he's not getting anything. And he's really panicking. But around 12 noon, he gets a report, 5th Infantry Division has captured Eternacht. And he's so relieved because now he knows the Germans cannot cut off our attack into Bastogne. So Eternacht is just as important in a lot of ways as Bastogne. It's just the battle no one's ever really heard about. But I always try to stress it when I talk. And so that town of Eternacht, vital to the whole offensive because it's on a river. And so the Americans can defend that river. So Bastogne is relieved. Patton is happy. There's Bodges' tank, first into Bastogne. Has anybody been to the Army Museum at Fort Belvoir? So this tank is there. And you can see the layers of armor on the front of it. And that's Bodges inside. What's next? Okay, so Bastogne's relieved. Now the armor starts pouring in. 4th Armored Division, 6th Armored Division. And they're going to start spreading out and fighting in the whole the perimeter of Bastogne as they expand it. And then on December 30th, Patton's going to roll up, okay? He's got Distinguished Service Crosses for both McCullough and this guy, I say Chipwee. I know there's about 15 different pronunciations for the name. John?
Chipwee.
Chipwee, thank you. All right, I cheated. And so what happens is he gets up to McCullough's headquarters, and McCullough is actually sleeping. And they have to wake him up to get him out here to talk to Patton. And they bring Steve over, and he gives him the medals. And they actually request, and the reason he's doing it is because on Christmas Day, the Germans launch an attack from the west. And he's the commander that stops that last major German attack into Bastogne. But they request Patton to drive slowly around the perimeter because so many soldiers wanted to see him. In one case, he rolls up, and there's these guys on the side of the road in a hole. He's like, get out of there. And what he doesn't realize is they had been exchanging machine gun fire with the Germans, and when the Germans heard the Jeep, they bugged out. So this is how close a 3-star general is to combat. He will also go watch a artillery spotter calling in artillery on a German tank attack. And Patton climbs up the hill, and everybody's saying, don't do it, don't go up there, but he does. And he's watching the tanks, and this captain's calling in the artillery. An artillery round goes right through the hole on top of the turret of a German tank, and it blows up. And Patton goes, great shooting, and leaves. And so that's kind of the end of Patton. And so then, Bastogne is relieved. There's going to be a lot more fighting to go on, so make sure to buy Volume 3 when it comes out. But, yeah, so that is really Patton and the Battle of the Bulge, the relief of Bastogne, the Battle of Eternacht. No one ever has any questions about Patton. No one has any strong opinions, but I will take questions. Yes?
When you showed they could see up the airplanes going over to bring in supplies to Bastogne, isn't that because that relates back to the story about Patton's prayer?
So Patton's prayer, which is in the movie, very famous, that was actually made for the SAR campaign. And when it says, please stop these snows that we're dealing with, that was changed for the movie. It was actually rain that he talked about. But he did have it issued for Christmas. Chaplain O'Neill was the one who wrote it up. But after, I think, December 22nd, the skies did clear up. And he ordered another 2,000 of those prayers issued to the men because he figured it's working. And when they had the meeting about creating the prayer, once they settled on all the language and everything, Patton said, how much are the men praying? And the chaplain said, not a whole lot, sir. And he goes, we need every man in Third Army praying. We need every fiber of every advantage we can get. So we need the men praying more. So Patton, for all of his, foul language, was a believer in the power of prayer.
We do have the microphone available as well, folks.
My father served with the 80th Infantry Division during the Battle of the Bulge. Where was actually the 80th Division staged between December 16th and December 31st?
So let's see. Let me get my cheat sheet out. Oh, because I know I saw 80th up there. Trace it down to Thionville. So they were stationed, I would say, in Thionville. Because, like I said, the 80th is part of 3rd Corps. They're going to be part of that breakout that Patton's called. It's actually called Operation Tink.
Point that out on a map again, please. Do you have a pointer?
Yep, right here. Thionville, 80th. And they go up through Arlon and up to the line, okay? You see this town here, Longry? Patton has to get to Arlon. He stops in Longry, and him and his staff march down this long hallway in a building, and there's a corporal at the end of the hallway reading a comic book. And he goes, oh my God, and puts the comic book away. And Patton says, I need a room to have a meeting with my corps commanders. So he runs into this room and doesn't realize Patton has walked right behind him. And there's guys sitting with their feet up on the table. And he goes, guys, you got to get out of here. They're like, why? Who cares? And they all rush out of the room. And so at the end of the meeting, Patton goes back to this guy and says, how do we get to Arlon? And so that's how he gets up there, because of this poor, frightened corporal just wanting to read his comic book. So, yes?
I know that movies affect what we all think of people during the war. It's some myth involved. In the movie, there was a lot of interplay between Patton and Omar Bradley.
Correct.
And it's kind of difficult to understand who was stronger than who in that particular exchange. How was their relationship during this period?
Powerful, strong, because I think Patton really empathized with Bradley, because Bradley's very frustrated with Montgomery for not moving in the north. He knows he's been embarrassed by losing another army. So he basically goes into Bradley's headquarters at least twice a day. And there's one point where he comes in and Bradley says, George, don't even come in here unless you have good news. And they both kind of laugh about it. But Bradley's aide wrote about that, the bond that those two developed during the Battle of the Bulge. And so a lot of this talk about Patton being a rogue general and all this stuff, it just doesn't hold up to the research. He's talking to Eisenhower every couple of days. He's talking to Bradley every day. And that's why this whole thing about him predicting the Bulge, like, well, why didn't you tell somebody? And Bradley even kind of addresses it in his memoir where he said, no one ever came to me and he didn't point the finger at Patton, but he goes, no one ever said to me that they thought there was a buildup or anything. And I knew that was like trying to justify what Patton's wife made up. Yes, ma'am.
The movie depicts it as well, but the thinking here is that he was fired at the end of the war.
Yes.
And he really wanted to go to the Pacific.
Yes.
And yes, he did use, he spoke inappropriately, too blunt, and yes, he offended tons of people.
Yep, I do the same.
Why didn't they send him to the Pacific? Because he was heartbroken over that.
So, John, correct me if I'm wrong about this. They sent his name with a lot of other generals who requested service in the Pacific, and MacArthur took that list, took out Patton's name, sent it back, and said, yes, we'd love to have all these generals. Yeah. What he really wanted to do was fight in China, because to him, that's tank country. You know, he didn't want to do the island hopping thing, but nope, that was not happening.
So it was because of MacArthur?
I would say so. John, nod or shake? You agreed that it was because of MacArthur that Patton?
It is MacArthur, but he only chose 3.
It was Hodges, Bradley, and
Ridgway.
Ridgway, okay. So yeah, the Army's just like any other institution.
What about the conspiracy theories?
They're all false, but go ahead, ask specifically.
Well, there were conspiracy theories that people wanted him dead after he agreed to stay in Germany.
Correct. So George S. Patton was actually killed in a car accident about 35 miles an hour. He was at a train crossing. He had gone out hunting that day, and he had a new driver. And while the train's going by, there's 2 trucks on the other side. And when the train went by, the first truck stalled, so the other truck pulled out behind it, was in the wrong lane. Patton's driver gunned it, then slammed the brakes, so they kind of hit at an angle. And no one's really injured, but Hap Gay is sitting next to Patton, one of his staff officers. And Patton says, I think I'm paralyzed, rub my fingers. So Gay starts rubbing his fingers, and Patton says, I said, I think I'm paralyzed, rub my fingers. And Gay knows right then he's paralyzed. So there's an MP captain, they call him in, they take him to a hospital in Heidelberg. They put him in traction. They actually take fish hooks and put them in his cheeks to counterbalance so there's no weight on his skull because he's got 2 broken vertebrae in the back of his neck. They fly a specialist in from Boston. His wife flies out there to be with him. They basically tell him the best he can do is semi-invalidism. Lots of people wrote him letters saying I had the same thing and I ride horses now. And they were going to send him home. They put him in a plaster cast to send him home, and he develops a blood clot and stops breathing because of that. So these conspiracy theories start. The first one was in the 1970s. A group of French communists said that that Patton had discovered all this gold in a salt mine, which was true. They discovered all the art and the gold in these salt mines, and that Patton wanted to give all the gold to all the people of occupied Europe who had suffered through Nazism. And Eisenhower said no, so he had to have Patton killed, which makes perfect sense. The second conspiracy, and this is, I think, Don Wilson's book. I actually helped him do a little bit of research before I realized what he was up to. He says, the OSS, the predecessor of the CIA, several OSS members had been captured by the Soviets, were in a Soviet prison. And Joseph Stalin contacts Wild Bill Donovan, the head of the OSS, who knows with the death of Roosevelt that Truman doesn't like the OSS. He's probably going to get rid of it. And so Stalin tells him, if you kill Patton, we will give you back your OSS agents. And, of course, this doesn't take into account that Patton and Donovan are pretty good friends. And so they get this agent to fire some kind of gas-powered thing that can throw a rock or a potato a certain distance. And it paralyzes Patton. They take him to the hospital, and the Soviets spray poison spray through the window to off him. So I went to the hospital, and I met with the hospital historian. Just before, the hospital was a U.S. Army hospital. It's now a civilian one. But they showed me the nurse call sheet. He was never without a nurse in his room, and they had to sign in and sign out, when they got relieved. So somehow that poison gas bypassed the nurse and killed Patton. So those are the two conspiracy theories about the death of Patton. I have never seen any piece of evidence backing any of this up. In the book, he says that Patton's car had a serial VIN number, the VIN number on the dashboard and everything. He gives the dashboard VIN number, and he goes to the museum at Fort Knox, and the car that Patton was in the car accident has a different VIN number. So, forces are at work. And so immediately I called the guy in charge of the museum. He's a friend of mine, Chris Kolakowski. And I'm like, what was he talking about? And he goes, oh, God, Kevin, we told him this when he came here. And when he explained it to me, I'm like, duh, everybody knows this who does anything with the military. In the military, if a vehicle is damaged in any way, they chop off the damaged part, find a new one, and attach it, and then give that vehicle to somebody else. That car didn't go into a museum after the accident. It was issued to another general. And he said, we told him this, and we showed him the different VIN numbers, and that's what he used for evidence of conspiracy. So, yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
After the Melvady massacre, Colonel Piper's SS armor unit was heading to the Bulge, I understand. Did that ever get there?
So they were kind of the spear of the attack. They were sort of it's a Panzerkampf group. So it was kind of like a specialized regiment with the King Tiger tanks or Royal Tiger tanks. And they're on the northern side of the Bulge. On the day that Patton relieves Bastogne, they clash with a unit called the 720th Tank Battalion, and it's at a curve in the road, so they're able to knock out 2 German tanks that stall the whole offensive. And by this point, they'd been so worn down and were so out of fuel that they pull back to a place called L'Église and then retreat from there. And so if you go to L'Église today, there is a giant Royal Tiger tank in the middle of the town, because when the Army maintenance guys came in to tow them all out, I think if I remember the story correctly, one of the local women gave them a bottle of bourbon to leave one tank so they would have something to remember the war by. And so that's the story of Piper and his Panzerkampf group. Well, that was a tongue twister.
Yeah, over here.
Yes, sir.
My reading of the history, it sounds like Eisenhower stymied a lot of Patton's initiatives. And if Eisenhower had just let Patton have his head, do you think the war would have ended sooner?
I would say that is definitely how Patton felt. If anybody who's been in a leadership position knows that everybody underneath him has ideas and they think theirs are all right. Eisenhower had to consider all of Europe, I think Eisenhower and Patton early on, he got away from this, but whenever he criticized Eisenhower, he would follow it up, but I don't know anyone who could do a better job than he's doing. Now, once you do get to Europe, he does feel that, hey, I'm the winning guy, I'm the one rolling forward, I should, get the advantage. He just wanted to get to the Rhine. In my research, I do think that if they had shifted the supplies that way, he might have gotten to the Rhine River, which would have allowed all the other, armies to move up. But I don't know that for a fact. They were showing a lot of progress. In fact, I think it was the British Second Army at certain times were moving faster than Patton when they were getting around Paris. So yeah, I, like a lot of people, studied a lot of World War II through the Patton materials, And then when I went to write the book and I had to start considering all other materials, because I think because it's in a book, and the Patton papers were fascinating read, it's like, oh yeah, this is the way things are. But to step back and to consider all the factors, Patton wasn't always right. He was very aggressive. He knew what he was doing. He was an excellent Army commander. But Eisenhower, I think, did a lot of the right things because he had so many other factors to consider. There's a really good book on it called Patton's War you should read. That's my jerk answer.
I get the need to relieve Bastogne. That's pretty much self-evident. But once that was accomplished, why didn't they push north from, I think you said Edirnach?
Right.
Why didn't they just push north from there and pinch off the Bulge at the base?
So that's what Patton wanted to do, and he really lobbied for it. The roads were better in that area. But, and this is where kind of politics becomes involved, remember how I said that Bradley had been cut off from his First Army? Eisenhower said, you get First Army back once we snip off the Bulge. And to Bradley, that was the fastest way to go to get First Army back. And that really frustrated Patton. He thought, no, the wise thing is to cut it off at the base. But Bradley said, no, we've relieved Bastogne, we're going to keep going that way. And it takes, another week to get up. And Houffalize is not that far away, but that's the coldest part of the battle. for as cold as it was fighting for Bastogne, the temperatures really go below zero after that. And that's, like I said, you see all those pictures with frost on the rifles and machine guns and all the snow. Those are all January photographs. So yeah, that was Omar Bradley's decision because he wanted First Army back.
What kind of blowback, if any, did Patton get after the failed rescue attempt on his son-in-law?
Not enough. I just finished writing about that for Volume 3. That was the stupidest mistake Patton made during war. There's the slapping incidents with 2 soldiers in Sicily. There's the Knutsford incident where he gets in the press. But this was the first real military disaster that cost lives. And I think Patton, there was actually an article in September of 1944 in Stars and Stripes. Patton's daughter wants him to save son-in-law. I mean, it was an open secret that Patton wanted to rescue his son-in-law. And, if this was peacetime, he would have gotten cashiered out of the Army. In wartime, they keep guys that can screw up because they're successful on the battlefield. And by that point, Patton, having raced across France, having captured Metz, having, relieved Bastogne, closed off the Bulge, they were like, and when he did it, there was about a month left in the war. And so they just said, you know what, we're just not going to talk about it. The tongue lashings Eisenhower gave him for those other 2 incidents, and this one was like, oh, we tried something, it didn't work. It really was a stupid mistake. But I think if any other general had tried that, they wouldn't have gotten cashiered either. Like I said, there was a war going on. We got to keep our heroes. They didn't talk about his mistress either. I don't think he got the punishment he deserved. It bothered him the rest of his life, though. It tore him in half because he said, here I was trying to. So Patton is getting near a POW camp, and all indications say that his son-in-law is there, who was captured in North Africa. And he decides, and he tried to gray and vague this up, he decides to launch an armored attack to race behind the German lines, get all these guys, bring them back. The men beneath him, the corps commander, Mantonetti, leaves his headquarters, says, I don't want to even be here when Patton comes to talk about this. So he leaves his chief of staff in charge, and Patton blows, where is he? And he goes, he's not here, and he told me that whatever you asked for not to do, sir. And so he says, get me the division commander. Now, I talked about Gaffey, the head of the 4th Armored Division. He had been promoted out. They had a new commander named Hogue, who actually captured the most famous bridge over the Rhine. He's been in command for about 2 days. And Patton orders this thing. He doesn't know what to do. Now, of course, Craigton Abrams, we talked about, one of the combat command leaders, says, I'll lead this attack with a combat command. And Patton says, no, you will not. This is a quick in and out job. This is going to be a company of tanks and a company of infantry, 100 basically. And so Patton weakens the force. He gives it no air support. It's called Task Force Baum. It's under command of a guy named Abe Baum, and I've interviewed Abe, or I did. He's passed away. And I talked to him about the lack of air support. Like maybe if they had planes, and so they get to the POW camp, but it takes a lot longer than they expected because the Germans fight them the whole way. They try to leave at night, and the Germans have figured this out, and they're surrounding him, and they stop his tanks. So he says, okay, it's sunrise. We'll blast out of here. And just as they're starting the tanks up, all this artillery and direct fire comes in. They have to surrender. And when they reached the camp, Patton's son-in-law was accepting the surrender with the camp commander from the commandant and going out the gate to meet the troops, and a German shoots him in the lower abdomen, chips his Cossack's bone and all this stuff. They rush him back into a hospital, and a Serbian doctor saves his life. So Patton writes in letters in his diary, I almost got my son-in-law killed trying to save him. So I know that tore him up incredibly. So, wow.
Additional questions? All right, our final talk of the day will be at 2:30 this afternoon. Guys, thank you once again for joining us.
You've all been great.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to the Eisenhower National Historic Site.
We're so pleased that you could join us today for our fourth and final lecture of the day. Our final speaker today will be April Cheek Messier, who is going to be speaking to us on Service and Sacrifice, the story of the Bedford Boys, and the making of the National D-Day Memorial. April Messier is the president of the National D-Day Memorial in Bedford, Virginia. She is a native of Bedford, Virginia, and has been with the National D-Day Memorial Foundation since 2001. She served as the Director of Education from 2001 to 2010 before becoming Vice President of Education. In 2013, she was named President and CEO of the Foundation. She served on several boards, including the chair of the Virginia World War II Heritage Alliance, and was appointed by the Governor of Virginia to serve on the Virginia World War II Heritage Memorial Board of Directors in Richmond. From 2009 to 2015, she was a member of the Board of Directors for the Virginia Association of Museums as well. Ms. Cheek Messier also lectures on the history of World War II and has written for several publications. In 2019, John Long and April Cheek Messier published We Will Remember Them, an accounting of the D-Day Fallen, the most authoritative list of Allied fatalities ever compiled, which embodied more than 20 years of research from the Memorial's foundation. The results of this work is the only name-by-name listing of D-Day fatalities in the world. Cheek Messier received her BA degree in English and History from Hollins University. She acquired 2 master's degrees, one in History from Virginia Tech and another in Education from Hollins University. She resides in Bedford, Virginia with her husband, John, and their 5 children. So please, let's welcome Ms. Messier. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all so much. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a lovely afternoon. How many of you have actually been to the National D-Day Memorial? Raise your hand. Okay, a good number. Well, wonderful. And if you haven't been in a while, I encourage you to please come back. We have lots going on. I'll talk a little bit about that in just a bit. But I do want to today talk a little bit about when Dan called me and asked me to come out and speak here. He really wanted to talk a little bit about the story of the Bedford Boys. And I know a lot of people know the story. If you've read Alex Kershaw's book, The Bedford Boys, you certainly have heard that heartrending story of what happened in our community. And so I wanted to tell you a little bit more about that today and share that with you. And then how all of this really evolved into creating our nation's monument to D-Day in that small community. I did grow up in Bedford, and so as a child growing up, I heard many of these stories. But what's interesting is that I heard about them because I knew so many of the families personally. And ironically, in the community, you didn't talk about it. You really didn't say a whole lot about it because it was still so incredibly raw and painful and difficult to discuss. And so you just didn't. You kind of, everybody went about their business. There were even veterans in town who came back from D-Day that many people didn't even know had been there as people got older and everything. You really didn't know. As one of the D-Day veterans who survived and came back told me, he said it was like after the war, a black veil had been draped over the whole community. And it was like that for decades. And I think really when we talk about the story of the Bedford Boys, we really want to talk about the impact on communities across our country, the impact of the war on people who gave their all. And then, D-Day was more than just a day, for example. These families lived with it for the rest of their lives because they lost their loved ones on those beaches all those years ago. A community heals, but there's always a gap, and certainly we felt that in the community of Bedford. So a little bit of history about the memorial, and I'll talk more at the end about it, but the memorial was dedicated in 2001. It's in Bedford for a very solemn reason. If you've been there, you know, and some of these pictures may be hard to see. But it is our nation's monument to D-Day. It's to all the Allied forces who served on D-Day. It's not just to the Bedford Boys. It's not just to the American forces on D-Day. It's to all of the Allied Allied forces who served. But it is in Bedford for a very solemn reason, and that is because Bedford lost 20 young men on June 6, 1944. Just on June the 6th, 1944, 20 young men from the community of Bedford would give their lives. And this was a tiny community in 1944. It's a very rural community. The town itself had around 3,000 people. The surrounding county was a little larger. But you can imagine, this is, everybody went to school together. Many of you went to church together. You played ball together. You grew up knowing it. Most people were related. Everybody knew everybody. And so it was, you can imagine the tragedy of having 20 just on D-Day. By the way, 9 more would give their lives from Bedford during the Normandy campaign. The impact that has on a tiny community. It was absolutely devastating. And by the way, oftentimes you'll hear numbers like 19 from who died on D-Day from Bedford. There were actually 19 from Company A. There was 1 from Company F who was killed on D-Day as well. So for a total of 20 just on June the 6th. And to tell a little bit of those stories, because I really think Bedford is emblematic, again, of all these communities across the country, all these home front communities who supported these citizen soldiers, sailors, airmen, those who participated in the invasion, and so many of them never returned. They all have their own stories, and I think that's what's important to remember, is they're not statistics. These are not numbers. These are people who had hoped to come back from the war and live their lives. This right here is one of my favorite pictures from the war. This is John and Betty Wilkes. And I think in this picture you can really, I think it captures the period perfectly. You've got these 2 individuals who are madly in love. They're newly married. This was taken in 1941. John had joined the National Guard, John Wilkes, at 17, mainly because his brother had joined, so he thought he would join too, lied about his age, joins up, and like so many of them, joined to earn a little extra money. This was, Depression era, times were tough. And during that time, many of these young men joined the National Guard to earn a little extra money. But I think you can see just the pride that John has there in that photograph for Betty, the pride that Betty has for her new husband as she's donning his hat there. It's a time of, I think, innocence before knowing what is the uncertainty of what's to come. And you can see, I think, this desperate attempt to kind of hold on to those moments. This is another picture of John and Betty Wilkes. And by the way, Betty would go wherever John was. If he was, once he was deployed, John was actually sent down to Camp Blanding, Florida. And he was down there for a month, and she actually left her job. She told everybody at work, "I'm leaving for a month, and I'll be back sometime. I don't know." And she went down there, and she spent the whole month with her husband before he was deployed. They spent a lot of time together. She wrote to him faithfully, and it was very important for these young men and women to continue to stay in touch as much as they could. I have to explain that to young people because they think it's such instantaneous, today where you can get on a Zoom or wherever to stay in touch with your loved ones. It would take a long time. And so Betty would send these messages and care packages just about every week. And one afternoon, and this was in June, late June, Betty is walking across the street to mail her package. It wasn't called the Green's Drugstore quite yet. It would be later in 1945. But this is where you hung out. It was the hangout. This is where you got your 5-cent cup of coffee. It's where you read your paper. All the town gossip. You went to the drugstore to hear the gossip, and you hung out with everybody. But this is also where you mailed your packages. It's where the telegrams came in. This was in very kind of a hub in the community. And Betty was mailing her package to John. And she was getting ready to go into Green's Drugstore there when a lady across the street calls to her and says, Betty, and she runs across the street. And she said, "Did you hear? I received a letter that said John was killed on D-Day." And you can imagine the shock. No one had received news yet of what had happened to Company A. And of course, Betty was very distraught over the news. She instantly went home to her apartment, which was right in town here. And she was essentially bedridden for a week. She could not believe that it was true. And finally, her family convinced her that, well, we don't have official news, so it's probably not true. And so she actually ends up going back to work. The very day she went back to work, she worked at the silk mill in town. She's working away. Her sister works with her there at the silk mill, and her sister noticed somebody come through the door with a telegram. And she quickly grabbed that person and told her to hold on. They took Betty home in their car, and Betty knew, without anybody saying anything, that her beloved John was gone. That was the first of many, many, many telegrams, letters, news about what had happened to Company A that would start coming to these families in the community. Again, a very rural community where everybody knows everyone, and so you can imagine the tragedy as this news would happen. And Betty is the first one to say that John was very proud of serving, and so were all of them. Again, 1930s, many of them joined up early or later in the 30s, and they're earning that extra money. One of the veterans who came back, Roy Stevens, who I adored, he used to tell me that he joined for the extra money. You get $1 for every drill that you completed, so that was big money then. But also, he said he joined, and this is Roy Stevens here in that photograph with his future wife there. And Roy said, I joined for the uniform because I knew it would attract the ladies. And so he was very proud of that. And so they all joined for different reasons. And again, many of them joined because that's just kind of what you did. And a lot of their friends and cousins and others were there as well. They all trained in the courthouse there at the basement of the courthouse armory. Is where they would have their drills, and that's where they would meet. And it was so iconic of Company A to be trained there. They actually got their photograph taken, before they left. They had a picture made on the steps of the courthouse there. And that was so iconic that when Company A was called up for service again, many, many decades later in 2004, all the men in the company actually went in town and got their pictures taken right there on the courthouse steps. There were a lot of people who could not attend that because they remembered what had happened decades prior, and that many of those men never came home. I'm happy to say that in 2004, after those young men and women were deployed, they all came home. So it was a different outcome. But, and then you see the courthouse there today, and where they would have taken that picture. If you look in the very, and it's hard to see, I know, but in the very back of that photograph, you can actually see Company A. Again, many of them joined up. They are, doing their training and everything. February 3rd, 1941, they're called up for active duty. And at that point, this is getting a little real, and I'm sorry, I said, yes, February 3rd, 1941. And so at that point, they are going to have some pretty intense training. They have a huge parade and a dance and basically a big party for them on the eve of their leaving to go out of town. And you can see them marching down Main Street there. Everybody's so proud of them. And they go to Fort Meade, Maryland. And this is probably, of the time that the Bedford boys spent together, Fort Meade, Maryland was probably the best experience that they had because they were still close to home. They could still jump in the car, get home on the weekends. It was 5 days of drill. It was tough, but they really enjoyed coming home and seeing their families, their loved ones, their sweethearts. This is a picture of Company A here. But they did have some training would get progressively more difficult the longer they were in. Eventually, they're going to end up at Camp A.P. Hill. They go to Camp A.P. Hill, which Bob Slaughter, who I'll talk about in a little bit, he's the founder of the memorial. Bob Slaughter called it Camp A.P. Hill. And he said, the U.S. military has a knack for finding God-forsaken wastelands for Army campsites, noting it was full of briar thickets, wood ticks, and chiggers. He said the drinking water was chlorine-laced and warm, and the showers were ice cold. What's with that? So they, wasn't the best of times. But, by December 7th, 1941, we all know what happens. And by that point, they are called up for a year enlistment. They're in for the duration at that point. And Roy Stevens, I remember him talking about how as soon as December 7th happened, they all sat around in a bar and drank a few beers, and they whooped the Japanese that night, he said. But, they knew that things were getting pretty real at that point. This is Ray Nance. Ray Nance would be the last surviving officer of Company A. And Ray actually returned to Bedford many years later. It was incredibly difficult for Ray to talk about D-Day. In fact, he rarely talked about D-Day. Ray spent some time as we were building the memorial. He would come by, but he would rarely say anything. It would take a lot to get Ray to open up and talk about what had happened because he was one of the few survivors. He really felt very responsible for these men, and it was devastating to him that he came home and they didn't. And so I'll talk more about that in just a moment. But Ray certainly remembers kind of some omens along the way that he thought back on. And one of those was as they, after they were in Camp AP Hill, they end up going down to Camp Blanding, Florida. They spend a little bit of time there before heading up to New Jersey and then going on to New York to catch the Queen Mary so that they can go overseas. And when Ray remembers getting on board the Queen Mary, he looked over and there's this huge ship that's turned over on its side. And it's actually ironic that the name of the ship was the USS Normandy. It was the second largest ship in the world at the time. It was huge. And it had caught fire. It was actually turned over, as you can see from the picture here. And he just thought that was so, at the time he didn't think anything of it. Because he didn't know anything about Normandy, where they were going to end up. But he said, looking back years later, he thought, what an omen, what would happen to our beloved Company A? And then this is kind of what happened as they were boarding that ship to go over to England. The second omen happened when they're crossing over. And this, as Roy Stevens used to tell me, he said this was when their first taste of death, really, and kind of the reality of war as they're going over. And an English light cruiser, the Curacao, actually is cut in two and sinks. And it's Bob Slaughter talks about this as well. He said it was just devastating to watch these English sailors essentially die in the water. There was nothing they could do. They felt helpless. You couldn't go back in them. The Queen Mary would have to kind of zigzag in the water. They were afraid of German U-boats. You've got 15,000 troops at any one time on the Queen Mary as transporting troops over. So there was really nothing they can do. And about 300 English sailors would give their lives or die in this accident. And Roy Stevens said that was so disturbing to us to see that, and it was something that certainly stuck with them. They're eventually going to end up, they go to Tidworth Barracks, which if you've ever been to England and been near Stonehenge, it's very close to Stonehenge, and they were there for a brief time, and then they go to Ivybridge, England. Now, Ivybridge was much like Bedford. It's this wonderful, quaint community. I've been there a number of times. It's lovely, and it reminds you of Bedford, honestly. It's just it's a little village of 1,500 people. And they took to the Bedford boys immediately. They loved them. They embraced them. They had dinners in their homes. Everybody, in a very short time, became much like family there. You can go to Ivybridge today, and they will talk about how wonderful it was to have the experience of having the Bedford boys there, and not just the Bedford boys, the 116th, and these young men who were there. And so they had a lot of friendships that they developed in their time there. They're going to be there for almost 20 months. So you can imagine, you get to know people pretty well in the community. They spend a lot of time knowing these families. They live in these little Nissen huts that you see in the picture here. So they lived in these little Nissen huts there. They would oftentimes, for free time, they would, this is right here, Pride Wingfield and John Skank. And they would actually get on their bicycles and ride through the countryside to find real eggs, because they hated the powdered eggs. And so they said they spent a lot of time convincing the families to give them some eggs. They had a lot of pastimes while they were there, and one of those, of course, was drinking. This is the picture of, this is a Sportsman, which is where many of them would go and have a few drinks. And the community was so gracious. And Vera Luckham, who actually ran this pub, and it's still there, it looks just like that. She actually bought a refrigerator so that they could have cold beer, because she knew they didn't like warm beer. So she went out of her way, made sure she secured a refrigerator so that they could have cold beer. But that's how the community cared and loved for them. Many of them in their pastime played baseball. I saw the reenactors earlier playing some ball out there, and it was really heartwarming to see, because it reminds me of some of the Bedford boys here. They were very good. There were 5 young men in the Bedford boys who actually played for the 116th Yankees. And this was a way to kind of boost morale, give them some pastimes in their downtime. And so 5 of these young men played. And I love this picture, because if you look in the center, that's Colonel Canham. And Colonel Canham never smiled. He was in charge of the 116th. But you can see in that picture there, he's not very happy. Bob Slaughter once said, he was more afraid of Colonel Canham than he was the Germans. But it really was very uplifting for these young men to play some ball. They actually made it to the ETO World Series, the World Championships. They were kind of this unknown entity, this group of young men who comes into the World Series there. And there's 4 of the Bedford boys who played on the team, you can see. And they end up winning the championship. I mean, it was just this unlikely thing. But they were very proud of that. Elmer Wright, 2 of the young men in this photograph will not survive D-Day. That's Elmer Wright and Frank Draper. And Elmer Wright was actually signing with a professional baseball team. He was extraordinarily talented. He would have gone on to play in the majors. But they were very talented, and it just goes to show the diversity of the young men that were in the group there. So by the time the ETO Championships is over and they're celebrating that, they're starting to get serious about training. This is a photo here of Slapton Sands. And Slapton Sands is a whole nother story, so I'm just going to let you know that some of the Bedford boys actually went to Slapton Sands on more than one occasion for training. And of course, we know what happens at Slapton Sands when some of the German E-boats actually end up, quite by accident, discovering this, and quite a few young men would die, over 700, at Slapton Sands during training. Now, the Bedford boys were not harmed during that, but certainly, again, something that would be quite haunting. This is Captain Taylor Fellers and Ray Nance here. And they were very close. Of the Bedford boys, Taylor Fellers, who's commander of Company A, he feels like he can open up and tell Ray just about anything. And by September, he knows by this point that they're going to be basically spearheading an invasion. And he lets Ray know that they're preparing for this. Training is getting much more intense at that point. And it is sometime around March. The more and more he's hearing kind of what's going to happen and everything that's unfolding with the planning, he told Ray, he confided in Ray, and he said, Ray, we'll all be killed. He was convinced that it was going to be very bad for the company. But he never let that on to his men. He never would have said that. He always remained very positive with the men around him. Taylor Fellers was very dedicated to making sure he was going to get his men back home. In fact, Taylor Fellers was actually sick leading up to the invasion. He had developed a very severe sinus infection. He was in the hospital. And June 3rd rolls around, and he basically gets out of bed, and the doctors say, you cannot leave, you're too sick. And he said, I'm going to be with my men. And he gets dressed, he discharges himself, he leaves. And it brought the spirits up of the men immensely. Roy Stevens remembers saying, we got our leader back. It made all the difference. They were so excited to have Taylor Fellers back. Of course, it would ultimately cost him his life, because he would give his life on June 6, 1944. Now, going back to March earlier of 1944, Ivy Lynn Skank, this is Ivy Lynn here, she was a dear, dear woman, and you could talk to Ivy Lynn, and she would, whenever you would mention John's name, all those decades later, she would still beam and smile from ear to ear, remembering him. It's like she was instantly transported back to those moments with him. And she remembers March of 1944, she awoke from a dream screaming. Literally screaming, because in the dream, God had told her that John was not coming back. And that was very hard for her. They wrote to each other every single day. They had special moments set aside. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she would pray for him and think about him. And at 10 o'clock in England, he would do the same. So they had this little system worked out. John also had the opportunity to miss the invasion. He had actually received a commission for another outfit, and Ray Nance tried to convince John to take that commission, and he refused. He did not want to leave his friends. He was very dedicated to them, and he refused that commission. This is the Bedford Boys. I think a very haunting picture as well, because this is the last photograph that we have of the Bedford Boys. It was taken in Ivy Bridge. You can actually go walk down Ivy Bridge, the little village there. It looks just like this still. And you can see, to me, a look of perhaps anxiety, uncertainty on their faces as they are leaving Ivy Bridge. And keep in mind, this was a very sad day for them as they're leaving Ivy Bridge, because they had become so close to the community there. They loved it there, except for the rain. They didn't like the rain. They wrote a lot about the rain, those dreaded moors and the rain, but they loved the people, and it was people in Ivy Bridge all gathered around them when they marched out of town, and they cried. People sobbed because they knew they would probably never see these young men again, and that was very hard for them. Company A is going to land on the Dog Green sector of Omaha Beach on D-Day. This is actually one of our plaques at the memorial. And it's a little hard to see. I'm going to see if I can get my pointer to work. But if you can see Dog Green sector here, this is Company A right there. And their goal is to take the D1 draw right here, Verville. And so the D1 draw is where they need to come in. Keep in mind, this unit has trained in many ways to be the spearhead, to spearhead this assault. Ray Nance used to tell me, he said, I don't know why. Looking back, why we fought to actually be, the first to go in. But they did. They were so well trained. And so they're going to go in on the first wave, 6:30 a.m., June 6, 1944, at the Verville draw there, Dog Green sector. And as they're coming in, if you can just imagine, I don't know if you've been to Normandy before, but so they're coming in right through here. By the way, this whole avenue today, when you go to Normandy, is called Avenue des Bedford, named after the Bedford Boys. So they're coming in here, and they're going to be met with just murderous fire, mortars, gunfire. There's 5 MG-42s on Omaha Beach. So just even if we're conservative of our estimate of 1,000 rounds per minute, you can imagine the amount of fire raining down on these troops as they approach the beach. It's honestly hard to imagine how any of them survived. Dog Green sector here, WN-72. These guns are trained on the beach to overlap every single inch of beach. No cover fire, no cover, coming in. You're carrying equipment, 75, 100 pounds worth of equipment as you're coming off your landing craft. Just look at that photograph for a second. Look at and think about the fact that you've got all this equipment and all this wide open beach to cross, which of course they have to cross this wide open beach because they had to land at low tide, so all the obstacles are visible there. You can see the bluffs up kind of above the smoke there. You can see about 100 feet up. And probably one of the most chilling accounts that I've come across of many, but was from Jimmy Green, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. But again, just picture this as they're coming in on their landing crafts, and again, look at all the obstacles. Again, some of these pictures might be hard to see, but you can see all the obstacles on the beach. Look how much wide open beach there is there. Wide open beach that they're going to be crossing over under this intense fire as they come in. This is Frank Draper. He was on LCA. By the way, the Bedford Boys did not come in on Higgins' boat. So the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan is pretty much the Bedford Boys. Okay, so as they're coming in, that's really where they landed, and that's what they encountered. But they actually came in on LCAs, which are the British LCAs. And this is Frank Draper, who came in on the LCA 10. And the water is very choppy. You can imagine, Bob Slaughter remembers being so seasick. They were very seasick. A lot of people getting sick, just like you saw probably in the movie Saving Private Ryan. And as Draper is approaching, remember Draper was one that played on the ball team there, the 116 Yankees. Pain explodes in Draper's arm as they near the beach. He drops to the bottom of the vessel. He's obviously been hit. His buddies try to keep him from moving. He keeps trying to stand up. He's in shock. He goes into shock very quickly, and eventually he loses consciousness. He never made it to the beach. His comrades, some of the comrades there, try to get him back to the HMS Empire Javelin. And his blood loss was just simply too severe. He ends up dying we think about 12 hours later. There was a British sailor named Bert Fuller who stayed with him, and he carefully took his binoculars off around his neck and just stayed with him while he died. And he never forgot that. He actually kept the binoculars throughout the war and eventually returned them to the family. And then the family donated those to the memorial. But I think it's just such a powerful symbol of that loss. Frank's family would never get over his loss. His mother quit work the very day that she found out that he had died, and she never went back. And on his birthday in September of 1944, several months after D-Day, she wrote in the newspaper, "I can't even see your grave except in a dream." You think about how hard it was for these families to even have closure, because they didn't even have their bodies to grieve. It would be several years before Frank's body would come home. I'm going to skip over some of this because I know time is going to be getting short here, but the DD tanks were supposed to obviously provide a little bit of cover fire. We know that didn't go very well. Most of them swamped on the way in. And Taylor Fellers, as he was coming in, and remember, these are his men. He's in charge of these men. And Jimmy Green was actually responsible for bringing his LCA to the shore on D-Day. And Jimmy Green actually visited the memorial. He lived in England. He came to the memorial and was very, very emotional about it. And he said, he said when the ramp dropped and when that ramp went down, he said Taylor Fellers was so just, intent on getting them there where they needed to be, precisely where they needed to be. In fact, Company A was probably one of very few companies that landed exactly where they were supposed to be and exactly on time. And they bore the brunt of the German forces there. But he said he started lining them up into skirmish lines. He watched this happening. And as soon as he got them pretty much lined up, the Germans opened fire. And he said it was just devastating. And as he's watching, his LCA is kind of bouncing up and down. He's watching this essentially slaughter that's taking place on the beaches. And he says, this sailor always has a great respect for the troops he carries. And this is, he's going back to remembering what it was like when he dropped them off. And he says that his job is to get the troops where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be there. And when his job is finished, the troop's job starts. If he doesn't always have a chance to say it from his heart, he still wishes the soldier the best of luck. I wish Taylor Fellers and his company luck, but I never saw any of them again. All my lot were killed. Every single man that was on his landing craft died that day. And that was very hard for Jimmy Green to reflect on. This is Roy Stevens. You heard me talk about Roy a lot because he was my buddy. Roy spent many, many hours at the memorial. It was cathartic for Roy. Roy needed to talk about it. Ray couldn't talk about it. Roy needed to talk about it. And when he came back, he would spend every day, after the memorial was built, and again, remember that was decades later, but he would come to the memorial every morning. We'd have a cup of coffee ready for him. And he would go and he'd greet visitors, especially talking to the kids. He liked to talk to young kids and tell them about D-Day. Not about him, but about D-Day. And one of the stories he told was about his brother. He had a twin brother named Ray, and they were like this. Nothing ever separated Roy and Ray. They did everything together. They went on double dates together, they joined up together. They even bought a farm together. They saved all their money, and before the war, they bought a 136-acre farm. And they were gonna just live their lives peacefully on this beautiful farm. And Ray, throughout the war, kept trying to tell Roy at different times that he didn't think he was coming home, that he wasn't coming back. And he actually even told Roy on a number of occasions, take the farm. I'm not coming home. And Ray just Roy could never understand it. He didn't understand why he would talk like that. And it was the morning of D-Day when they were actually put on separate landing crafts. And they had a deal that they were going to meet at Reveille-Samir, and they were going to, shake hands there. And that morning, before they're putting on their landing crafts, Ray comes over to Roy to shake his hand. And Roy said, no. He said he refused to shake his hand. He said, no. You know we're going to shake hands at Reveille-sur-Mer. I'm going to see you there. And he said Ray just dropped his head as if he knew that wasn't going to happen. Roy said he always regretted that moment. If he could go back in time, he would have shook his brother's hand. He would have understood, but he didn't. Roy's landing craft going in on D-Day would actually sink going in. Roy spent several hours in the water. He's eventually rescued out of the water and will go in several days later after the invasion. Ray is actually killed. By the way, Roy would go back for the 50th anniversary of D-Day. Many, many decades later, he would go back to that very spot he was supposed to shake hands with his brother, and he held his hands up to the heavens. It was quite a moment. Roy also lost Grant Yop, also from Company A, who was like another brother because Grant came to live with his family when he was 13 years old. So he was like another brother. So it was devastating when he also learned that Grant Yop also did not survive. The Powers brothers, keep in mind there were 3 sets of brothers in Company A. And so Clyde Powers would lose his brother as well. In fact, the Roy and Clyde were in the same landing craft so when it sank, and so they would come back several days later, and Roy said the two of them were intent on finding out what happened to their brothers. One of the first things they did when they got to the beaches, by this point they had already started burying the soldiers in temporary graves, and so Roy said he went to the S section of the graves. And he knocked a clump of dirt off of some of the dog tags, and that was his brother. It was the first one he came to. And he said he couldn't believe it. And then Clyde found his brother. And they said it didn't seem possible. It didn't seem real that they were gone. Oh, John. Let's talk about John real quickly, because I mentioned Ivy Lynn, and, John... Ivy Lynn was actually, again, right faithfully to John every single day. And this was June 25th. 1944, she wrote, "It's been 22 months since we were married. It has seemed very long and yet unbelievably short in duration. The only constant thing about it is that I continue to love and appreciate you more and more each day. How it thrills me to realize that soon you'll be coming back home and we'll be together for the rest of our lives." Of course, she had no idea when she's writing that he had already been killed on the beaches of Normandy. It was very devastating for her. Eventually his Bible would come back home. We actually have that Bible. It still has sand in it from where he fell on the beaches. Earl Parker is the only Bedford boy that actually had a child. And many of the young men remember him standing on board the ship the eve of the invasion, looking at her picture. She was 16-month-old, his daughter. He had never met her. And he's standing there looking at this photograph, and he just looked at his friends, and he said, "If I could just see her once, I wouldn't mind dying." And he was killed on the morning of D-Day. Another just heartbreaking story was Gordon Henry White, who also was killed that morning. His wife... Keep in mind, the bodies were usually not, if the family opted to have their bodies returned, that would happen around 2 years later. So most of the bodies for the Bedford boys came back in 1948 is actually when most of them came home. And they opted to bring Gordon's body back to Bedford. His burial had to be postponed, however, because his mother had a massive stroke the day his body made it to the States. She was just so devastated, and it was too much, and she actually fell into a coma. Gordon's father said that she died of a broken heart and that D-Day broke their home completely. Again, I share these stories because it's more than just what happened on June 6, 1944. These had such long-lasting impacts on these communities and these families. Ray would survive. Ray would come back. And by the way, I think this is extraordinary. This is a map that we have that Ray actually detailed landing on Omaha Beach and where he saw some of his Company A, where they had fell. He remembers seeing them, where they were on the beach. And he documented it later, and it's pretty amazing to look at this map. The only reason Ray survived, Ray actually came in a few minutes behind. He was with Headquarters Company, so he's a few minutes behind the rest of Company A. And when he landed, he actually finds a tidal flat. He's literally running across that wide expanse that you saw. He's shot in the heel. His heel is almost blown off. And he's trying to figure out what he's going to do. He ends up jumping into this tidal flat. And if you've ever been to Normandy, they have these tidal flats that can be quite deep. I mean, several feet deep. And he gets in that and actually stays there for a bit. He said he really has no idea how long he was in that little pool there, because the gunfire just kept raking all around him every time he moved. And he literally had his nose sticking up out of that tidal flat, trying to breathe, to avoid getting shot. And so eventually he's able to make his way to the seawall, and he does survive. But as he's looking around, he realizes there's almost no one from Company A up against that seawall with him. You know, where are they all? He realizes that so many of them have been killed. So there would be 41 young men from Bedford who would give their lives during the Normandy campaign, and then later battles in France, and again the 20 on D-Day alone. For Company A, which is about 170, 180 so men within the company, 91 were killed, about 64 wounded. If you do the math, it's about like a 91% casualty rate. Only about 15 men out of the entire company able to continue fighting. It was completely, the company was, you know, inept after that. Like they couldn't do anything after that. They were decimated. And so it was, you know, a pretty traumatic thing to see. The telegrams would not start arriving into Bedford until about 5 or 6 weeks later. It's going to be essentially mid-July. Now, everybody in Bedford, they knew they had taken part in something big. They had already suspected that. They knew they were part of this invasion, but they didn't really know any other news. They hadn't really heard anything. It's just starting to trickle in. And Elizabeth Tays, and I mentioned Green's Drugstore, so there's the little drugstore on the end. This is where the telegrams are going to come in. Elizabeth is 21 years old, and you can imagine her job, so she comes into the drugstore. Her job is to gather the telegrams in the mornings. And on a Sunday morning in July, she sits down to the telegraph machine. She turns it on like she does every morning, and it starts ticking across. We have casualties. And she said, and then it kept going, and it kept going, and it just didn't stop. And she realized something very horrible had happened to Company A. And people start gathering around her, trying to figure out what to do, because they realize all these families, they have to be told. And people start volunteering. I'll take that one. I'll go see this family. And they start going out to tell these families. Certainly a time that she will never forget. One of the families was the Hobacks. And this is Bedford and Raymond Hoback. And they were actually getting ready for church. They lived right across the street from their church, the Hoback family did. And they were getting ready for church, and they see someone coming up the drive, and the Hoback's father actually opened the door, and they're giving the first telegram that Bedford Hoback has been killed on D-Day. And Bedford Hoback was probably the rambunctious one in the group, by the way. Raymond was the quiet, reserved one. I am very close to Lucille, who is still alive, and Lucille is the sister of these young men, and she was 15 years old at the time. And Lucille can distinctly just remember the devastation when that first telegraph came. And she said the next day, we just, in our own innocence, we thought, well, we'll make some ice cream and we'll try to cheer mom and dad up. I mean, she was young. She didn't know. The next day is when they received another telegram, and that was that Raymond was missing in action. She said her father disappeared to the barn. She'd never seen him cry before, but she said all the joy in their household died that day. It was never the same after that. And many, many years later, she can remember when her mother was on her deathbed, she'd had a series of strokes. And she said as she's sitting there with her mom, she said her mom just kept asking, "Where are my boys? You know, where are my boys?" And she said when her mom finally closed her eyes, she knew she was finally at peace because she would see her boys. You know, it was devastating. And Lucille actually had Raymond's Bible. This was the Bible that he had carried onto the beaches of Normandy. It was the only thing they had from Raymond because, as far as we know, his body was washed out to the Channel. He's on the tablet of the missing in the Normandy American Cemetery. And they never recovered his body. So his mother really cherished this Bible, which was picked up by another soldier walking the beach and found the mother's address inside and mailed it, not knowing what happened to, you know, to Raymond, obviously. And that family really cherished that Bible, and we actually have it in our collection. And one of our sculptures at the memorial is inspired by the story of Raymond. That sculpture, you can see the Bible laying out by his head there. And so in Bedford, just to fast forward a little bit, the first monument would actually be dedicated in 1954. It was quite a moment. General Gerhardt would actually come and dedicate this small monument. You know, it was still very raw at that time, only 10 years after D-Day. But what's wonderful is you can go to Ivy Bridge, England today, and you're going to see all these monuments to the Bedford boys, which is just really so touching. You can see here the 116th monument, so not just the Bedford boys, but the 116th monument in Ivy Bridge there, and you've got benches where their Neeson huts were located. You can go to this park and read about the Bedford boys there. They really did a lot to memorialize them. And it was raining, by the way. I always think of the Bedford boys talking about the rain because every time I've gone, it's been pouring rain. And that field there is where their Neeson huts were located. So it's really wonderful to see. I mentioned the Avenue de Bedford there. And then I'm just going to wrap up by mentioning Bob Slaughter because Bob Slaughter was the founder of the memorial. Now, he was not part of Company A. Bob was in Company D of the 116th Infantry Regiment, 29th Division. And Bob had actually worked for a newspaper when he came back from the war. And over time, he used to get very frustrated that D-Day seemed to have been forgotten. It's hard for us to imagine that today because we know a lot about D-Day. But at the time, he felt like people didn't even know what D-Day was, a lot of people. And he would be very frustrated that June the 6th would come and go, and there was really never any mention of the anniversaries and things like this. So that went on for many years. And he finally decided to do something about it. It was in the 1980s. And he said, we really have got to remember what these men gave all those years ago on the beaches. And he decided he was going to start a monument. It was not an easy quest. He actually started by going around the country and speaking on D-Day. This was his order of the day, by the way, which was signed by all the men in his unit, 11 of whom would be killed on D-Day. And he was from Roanoke. That's very close to the memorial. It was the 50th anniversary of D-Day. He walks the beaches with President Clinton. And as he's walking the beaches there, you know, this is where the momentum really picks up speed, and they're able to eventually raise some money. Congress approved the placing of a national monument to D-Day in Bedford, because Bedford actually said, we will donate the land to make this happen. It needs to be here. Congress said, we'll give you the title National D-Day Memorial, but we're not going to give you any money. So there's no funding. We're not part of the Park Service. This has just been through people, veterans, who said, we have to remember. These were veterans who made this happen. And Bob Slaughter was one, and Bob Slaughter got another veteran on board, which was Charles Schulz, famous Peanuts cartoonist. If you ever noticed Charles Schulz, when he was alive on June the 6th, he would often have the Peanuts cartoon. He made sure there was something about D-Day in those cartoons. He also wanted to make sure people remembered. That was very important to him. He was just 20 years old when he was drafted, and eventually ended up seeing those graves. That's one thing that stood out to Charles Schulz, is he remembers seeing those graves along the beaches of Normandy when he landed, and he never forgot that. So he was very much part of the early efforts. It was dedicated in 2001. We had hundreds of D-Day veterans there, but for us it's about making sure we continue sharing these stories, the stories not just of Ray and Roy, but all of those who participated, all of the Allied units. It's so wonderful to walk out and see the living history out here and all the Allied units and everybody who took part. This was a multinational effort that made D-Day happen, that made it a success. And so it's so important that we never forget that. And I know Roy and Ray would be very proud when, they always were, when they saw people coming up and learning about this. The only last thing I want to mention, one of the things that we have done at the memorial, because believe it or not, when we dedicated the memorial, we wanted to make sure everybody knew who died on June 6, 1944. Nobody knew how many people died on June 6, 1944. There was nothing anywhere that told you. You could look at different history books, but they were all over the place. Some said 4,000 or 5,000. Some said, 10,000. You didn't know. Nobody knew. So we started doing the research. And of course, we got kind of turned away from a lot of people who said, you'll never be able to figure this out. 20 years later, we figured it out. It's 4,426 died on June 6, 1944. So we're the only organization in the world to actually research name by name every single soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman who died on June 6, 1944. And we researched not just the Americans, but the Allies as well. And you can go up to the memorial and see their names on the wall. And we continue to add names. And the chaos of battle records are difficult. And so we continue. In fact, we're adding another name on Veterans Day this year to the wall as we continue to drill through records and discover who died on D-Day. But you can go up and you can see these names on our wall. And eventually we're going to have a big education center. We've got the memorial itself right now. And we have a place where you can go in and see some of our artifacts and some of our Quonset huts. But we are going to have a French village that will kind of continue telling the story. We've got 15,000 amazing artifacts in our collection. And to be able to see them and to further tell these stories is very important to us. And by the way, if you heard John McManus's talk or got any of the books signed by him, John McManus is the host of our podcast. We do a podcast called Someone Talked, and it's we have different authors who come on, and we discuss not just D-Day, but everything World War II. But that is the memorials, the podcast that we host with John McManus. So if you don't have that, definitely check it out, because we talk a lot about so many different topics during the war. And I'm going to end there, because I think that's all the slides I have. And I could talk forever. I could tell these stories forever, and I apologize if I go on too long about some of their stories, because again, having grown up and knowing the families the way I do, I didn't tell half the stories. It's very personal, and still to this day difficult to talk about. I will say Ray Nance eventually would come up to the memorial and start talking about it. For Ray, it was so difficult. Ray even wrote about it. He wrote this wonderful memoir, and he refused to publish it while he was alive because he was so afraid that it would open all these wounds for the family members. He was a postmaster. He delivered mail when he came back from the war. And can you imagine? He would go to someone's house and they'd lost a loved one, and they would be waiting for him at the mailbox and ask, what happened to my son? That's what he came home to. It was extraordinarily difficult. But he finally got to a point where he could talk about it. He never wanted to go back to Normandy. He never did. But he did at least come to a place where he could begin talking about it. And I'm so glad he got to do that before the end of his life. So I will open it up to any questions that you all have about either the Bedford Boys or the Memorial, D-Day, our research project, anything that you might want to ask.
Well, first, let's have a big round of applause for Again, we do have the microphone, so if anyone does have any questions, just throw up a hand and I'll come to you. Behind you was first, and then I'll come to you.
Thanks so much for your talk. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Did any of the Bedford boys see action in the Pacific?
Yes. Oh, yes, quite a few. So, I just talked about Company A, and that's one thing I do stress when people are learning about the Bedford boys. There were other Bedford boys. This is just kind of the ones that we talk about. But in the community, when you served, you were a Bedford boy. It didn't matter whether you were in Europe, the Pacific. We had quite a few that served in the Pacific as well. And they served in the Navy, they served in all the branches, all over. So there were actually 100 and, I hope I'm saying this right, I think there's 144 total Bedford boys killed in the Pacific and in Europe during the war. And again, for a tiny community, it was, you can imagine how devastating that is. And many more who came back wounded as well, not to mention just the coming back and learning your own community's been devastated by the war with so many who are no longer there. Very difficult times, but yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And I want to thank you too. It was an awesome talk.
Thank you.
The new name, you said you were going to put on Veterans Day?
Yes.
On the wall down there? You
Yes.
recall if that's a U.S. soldier or someone from other country?
He is. Father Maternowski, actually, is his name. I probably shouldn't say that yet. You're getting you're getting the information firsthand now. Who is an incredible story. He was actually a paratrooper who was killed by a sniper on D-Day. But again, the records were so. Especially with paratroopers, what we have found in our research that paratroopers often their bodies were found later. And so it was difficult to prove when they died. And so we've had to do a lot of extra digging to get either firsthand accounts at the time and things like that to change the records. Because generally, if their body was found later, they were listed as the date of death the body was found, unless they actually had eyewitness testimony at that time. So it's been very difficult for some of those, but he is one that we've been able to show did die June 6, 1944, and we'll be adding his name to the wall. He was a sniper he was killed by a sniper while he was trying to get set up an aid station outside of St. Mary-Glise, and a very tragic story, but more will come out on that, and we're really proud. The wall is, I think, a place of healing, and it has been for many of those who served in World War II, but I've also found it's been a place of healing for a lot of our veterans as well. We do a lot of events in our main plaza there, surrounded by the names, and I met a veteran some years ago who was getting ready to be deployed to Afghanistan, and he said to me he came to the memorial every time he was getting ready. He was on like his 4th deployment. He said, I come here every time before I'm deployed. He lived in Maryland, just to look at the names and to remember kind of where we come from, and that, it gives me hope and it gives me strength. And so I thought that was very beautiful. But yeah, we will continue to add names.
Thank you for putting such a human touch on it.
Thank you.
I understand there were 2 other beaches involved that day besides Omaha Beach.
Oh, yes.
Were all those people counted too? I know the casualties weren't as high.
Absolutely, yes. The American beaches, certainly Utah and Omaha for the Americans. Then we had Gold, Juneau, and Sword beaches. And so all of our research accounts for all 5 beaches, but not just the beaches, not just the infantry. Again, when we think of Saving Private Ryan, and we think of the infantry and the beaches, but we also have documented the Navy as well, the Coast Guard, anyone who was serving by air, of course. There were many, and those are another one that can be very difficult depending on when their remains were recovered and when they went down and things like that. But yes, we make sure we've account for every single one. Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So I have 2 questions. The first one's fairly quick. It's how you recognize the missing at the National Memorial. And then the second question is, you're very closely connected to this topic. How do you compartmentalize this? Because this is really heavy, and it's, I think you hear everyone in this audience reacting to these stories, which are really tragic.
Yeah.
And you're so close to the community, so I'm just curious about both.
So I think having known so many of, knowing Ray and Roy and so many of the veterans over the years, and not just them, so many others from different companies, from different units and divisions that you get to know. It's so important for them that the stories are told, and they've all always said to me, it's not about their story. They said, we came back. It's so important to them to make sure young people know the stories. And so for me, it's a carrying on of that, because most of them are gone now, and it's very emotional, that as D-Days come and go and we do these huge commemorations, we've gone from having hundreds of D-Day veterans in our audience to having 3 or 4. And you realize that time is against us. And if we are not carrying it on, carrying on their stories, and I say we, not just the memorial, I say we, as we learn these stories, it's important for all of us as American citizens to tell these stories, because it's up to all of us to pass that on so that it is not forgotten. That's how we honor their legacy. And that's what I remember every single day when I tell these stories, is that we honor them by sharing what they went through and by making sure it's never forgotten. And that's really important. So I get emotional talking about it now, but it's no, it's so true. But it's but I feel their presence when I walk around the memorial. I can feel I feel it, and I feel like this is the kind of thing that they want to see happening. People are learning more and passing it on, and that was very important to them. And I'm so sorry, I forgot the first question.
No, thank you so much for that answer. It's obviously very personal. I'm curious about how you honor the missing. Are they on that wall of killed in action, or is there a separate MIA wall to learn more?
Right. So we do not have a separate MIA wall, and part of that is just because the sheer number, truly, of still MIA. Now, for D-Day, if they were MIA after a year, they were considered killed in action, so they would be on the wall. But we do not, anybody post June the 6th who was killed, we actually do not have them listed on the wall. We just do, so the research goes up to midnight of June the 6th. Obviously, we know thousands more died in the days that followed. St. Lo was horrific. We know that, the casualty rate there was significant. However, we knew we had to kind of have a cutoff somewhere to just show people this was one day, and this span of hours, this is how many died preserving our freedom. 4,426 and counting, really. And so that was important to us, but it's also important to us for people to know that, thousands more died during the Normandy campaign and then elsewhere, obviously, during the war. We do a lot of education programs to teach young people the cost of the war. Over 400,000 Americans gave their lives during the war, and to talk about the scope of the war. I mean, I think that's really important for everyone to understand. That essentially during World War II, one person died every 3 seconds for 6 years. I mean, how do we wrap our brain around that? It's just hard. It's really hard. I think we can discuss that by talking about their individual stories, really. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And you talked about youth groups that come, that most of them may not know what World War II was, much less what D-Day was. How do you teach them about this?
Yeah. We've got a wonderful team, and it's challenging. I think you have to meet young people, especially where they are, and we live in a very digitized world now where there's a lot of technology. And so we are at the memorial, we do a lot. First of all, we do a lot of digital programming. So we can do a program, we do programs all the time in Alaska and California, live programming. So that's important to us because we want to get the word out as far as we can about this history, why we need to remember, what was D-Day, what was it like, why was it important, why do we remember it today? And we do that through a lot of programming. But we also do a lot of things now that are, we have this cool artifact gallery on our website. You can actually go onto the artifact gallery on our website and look at Frank Draper's binoculars up close. And because of all the technology now, you can move it around and look at it. I mean, it's really amazing what you can do with technology now that is very exciting for young people. We have augmented reality experiences where if you go to our memorial and you hold up your phone in front of our, I don't know if you've ever, some of you have been to the memorial, but our invasion tableau, which actually has the air jets under the water, so it looks like bullets are hitting the water and it's spurting up. It's pretty haunting, but as you're standing there, you can actually hold up your phone and suddenly you're in a Higgins boat headed toward Normandy, and you can see the cliffs, and you can move your phone around. You can see the planes. You can look around and see the other ships coming in. That's how we reach a lot of young people, and even our youngest visitors. We have different types of programming set up. It's never too young to start. Now, obviously, these are heavy topics that you don't want to talk to with a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old, but you can start. You can start the conversation about what it means to serve, why we always thank our veterans. I'll never forget doing a program one time for a group of young kids, and I always ask if there's any veterans in the audience, and there was a man who raised his hand, and we all thanked him, But after the program was over, our program we really talk about why is it so important to thank our veterans? Let's talk about that, and we will with the young people. And then after the program, all these little kids lined up and they thanked that veteran. They went by and they shook his hand and everything, and then they all left. And this guy comes up to me. I'd never met him before. Big burly guy with a ponytail, leather jacket, and he's got his arms crossed, and he comes up and he's crying. And he said to me, I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I'd never been thanked by a group of kids like that before. And that was so touching to me. And so I think it's never too early to start educating young people and then continuing to pass these stories on. So we're very passionate about that. It's so important that we do that. Yeah.
All right. Well, once again, thank you
all
very
right.
much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you all so much.
Programming will continue for the remainder of the day, folks, with the Living History camps. We will have some walks going on this evening as well, including in the National Cemetery. So definitely check out our schedule of events for the rest of the day, and thank you once again for joining us for all the talks this morning and this afternoon. Have a great rest of your day.